Welcome to the Good, the Bad, and the Music podcast. I'm your host, T. Davis, and today I am happy to be joined by my friend, Cameron McClaren. Cameron. Thank you. Thank you.
I had to call you on the bluff.
We just had to do it. Well, that is the greatest start to a podcast.
Thanks for having me, man.
Cameron is a fantastic drummer, multi-instrumentalist, really, producer, and is currently the drummer for Larry Fleet.
Yeah.
Brother, thank you for being here. I've been wanting to have you on since we moved here 9 months ago.
I've been wanting to be here 9 months ago. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
That's flying by.
Right. It's kind of bizarre how fast, because so much happens and you meet so many people.
Yeah.
And it's like everything feels like it was a week ago.
Yes. And 5 years ago at the same time. Yeah. Like, I didn't recognize this room because there's no drums in it.
Mm-hmm. I put the drums in the closet because I was doing some like video stuff for YouTube where I was just like playing acoustic.
Yeah.
And I just needed kind of like more room to kind of set the scene and vibe or whatever. But yeah, dude. Yeah, that's right. Because that was the last time you were here, was when I was like putting the drum set together.
Yes. Actually, did you, because these curtains look great. Did you have the curtains in it?
The curtains I did not have.
Oh, good.
It helped with the whole lighting thing.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Dude, the whole, I know we're going to talk a lot about music, but like the whole film capture thing is just above and beyond me. I had a friend, Taylor, I think his name was Fightish. He's very nice. He runs Groove MPL in town, and he came in and we did some videos together, and I was like, I've never had my room look so good. And he was like, yeah, lights, man.
Yeah.
But the whole thing just goes over my head. But this looks great, dude.
Thanks, man. I mean, I did go to school for that.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm. My bachelor's degree is in film studies.
Whoa.
And I went to UNCW. And
didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Oh, Wilmington.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was
where
thinking,
they have Screen Gym studios and like, yeah.
Whoa. Mm-hmm. So what was the path to that?
My parent, I'm 30, almost 35, and like I was in that generation where everyone kind of was told if you don't go to college, you're going to be a loser or some shit.
Yeah.
And
you proved them right.
Just did. I was like, I started at ECU in Greenville for communications.
My mom went there.
And I took a media writing class.
Uh-huh.
And one of the assignments was to like rewrite the script to a short film in our own vision of it. And I was like, this is cool.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, shit, if I'm going to be, going to college, I'm just going to I want to still be able to be in like some kind of creative field, even though I wasn't doing music.
Yes.
And I did. And I'll be paying it off when I'm 80. Because not only did I go to film school, I then went to grad school in San Francisco and got an MFA.
I didn't know any of this.
Yeah.
Wait, first off, what's an MFA?
Master of Fine Arts.
Master of Fine Arts. Okay,
yeah.
I should know that. How long were you out there?
It was called a low residency program. So I was there for 3 summers, and then I did remote classes for the fall and spring. So it was like very intensive for 2 months of the year. I would be out there from June to August doing 18 credit hours worth of stuff in those 2 months. So it was like, it kind of felt like a job. We were in class Monday through Friday from like 9 a.m. till later in the evening. And then, so that was kind of that.
Whoa.
I was doing a bunch of weird artsy fartsy video art.
I feel like, because something we haven't said is, I feel like you and I casually met each other, 15?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
or maybe more. I think 15.
it would have been 15 years ago. No, would that have been 2009?
2009 or 2010 sounds correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I get that Facebook memory of that one
one show.
of the one photo I have of that.
Yeah.
Someone from the audience took it or whatever.
Dude, there's one photo that keeps coming up that I see every once in a while. And it's like a back shot of me. And I still remember like the little kid I played. Like I remember every little piece of that. It was like a little black Yamaha kit. But our mutual friend, Hound Brown, had us both on that show. And you were a few years older than me, kind of already adulting a little bit, right?
That's debatable, but yeah.
And then I was the kid that Hound let sit in with his band. And I'm sure we said hi. Maybe we said hey in catering.
This is one of my... Yeah, we ran into each other at the craft services table. No, what was cool about that, so that was a benefit show that he did for Kitty Askin's Hospice Center.
Yes.
And it was at the Paramount, and I did like maybe 5 or 6 songs, all covers, I think. I don't think I had any original material at the time. And it was just to kind of like, warm up the crowd or whatever.
Yeah.
But so we did sound check, and it was cool. The bass player came out and was like jamming with me a little bit.
Mike Steele.
The
wonderful Mike Steele in Athens, Georgia.
And he came out and jammed with me a little bit on like, the Joker or something.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure unprompted.
Yeah. And it was fun. It was great. And I was like, well, that was cool. And then I was going to end my set with Can't You See? Marshall Tucker Band.
Yeah.
And so during the show, I'm playing that song, and I got through the first verse, and when the chorus hit, all of y'all had come out behind me, and you like hit a fill and brought the whole.
And you didn't know it was
I didn't know it was that. It scared the hell out of me, dude. But it was awesome. It was cool.
And like on wedges in a theater. Gah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was great. And we like finished the song all together. And I think Mike was putting harmonies on it and stuff.
Of course he was.
It was great.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that was really cool.
And then we didn't see each other for 15 years.
For 15 years, man. Until I came out here in May.
Yeah.
That was it. And we went to Nadine's.
So it's interesting talking about you and your college experience and all that. It's like we were so close and in a same circle and had a great experience, and then just did our own thing. And then, like we all do, we wind up back in Nashville.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it took a long time for me to be like, we got to just fucking go, man.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you that you just were like, nah, this is what I'm doing. Like you had like the balls to be like, nah, like I'm going to come out here and do the thing. And you have been.
I think a mix of balls and, honest to say, I think I was pretty naive.
Well, but that's what it takes sometimes. Yeah. It's both.
I think it took me like, I think it was like, I never got the moment of like walking on Broadway. Like I hear a bunch of like buddies, you go to Broadway on your first visit and you go like, whoa. And like, obviously there's killers down there that are just amazing. But I was so cocky and so arrogant at 17, 18 years old that I was just like, oh, I've got it. And then it took like a year or two of being in town and doing it. And then you truly realize what it is to be here. And then I started to get scared. And then I was like, because I also like you only know what you know. So like an 18-year-old watching a player, like they might think the best player in the world is like, I can hold it with them, And then you like get some more years under your belt. It's like recording and like all of this stuff. Like I thought I had how to mic an acoustic down 10 years ago. And like, I don't want to hear those tracks because they're probably...
And now, and now years later, I'm like, I don't know how to mic an acoustic. Well, I don't know if we talked about this the other day, when I was hanging out with you in your studio, but like the Dunning-Kruger effect thing.
Oh, yes.
Where it's like, well, we were 18 and like, all right.
Yeah.
And so you think, I should be here. I'll never forget my first gig that my dad got me when I was a senior in high school, just playing for tips at this little dive bar in Fremont, North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to kill it. And dude, I was like 17 and I think I might have known 20 songs all the way through playing and singing. And I was booked from 8 to 12.
Dude. But those dots don't connect until it's happening.
And then I'm like, oh, didn't loop, didn't play any lead at the time.
Yeah.
Had not even, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, but I remember my dad, like the day before I was supposed to go on, my dad was like, are you like sure you want to go up by yourself?
I haven't heard you practicing any new songs.
He's like, you want to go up there by yourself in front of people? And I was like, hell yeah, man. We're doing it. And I did it. And fortunately, I was not supposed to be being paid. So it was just like, they weren't losing money.
No.
But dude, I made like $100 in tips my first night. And I was like, well, okay. I was hooked. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But I remember thinking, I'm going to kill it. And I remember thinking, I am killing it on certain songs.
Yes.
But then I'm glad there's no recordings of those. Because you have to get over that first hump of like, because you are getting better so fast.
Yeah.
The improvement is like exponential for the first, I don't know, year or two that you take something actually seriously.
Yeah.
And then you reach the top of that first peak and you see it down into the trough of despair. And you're like, you get on over that first mountain and realize how much more there is that you don't know.
Yeah.
And how far you have to go.
Yeah.
And that's pretty fucking wild to have been in Nashville for a year. And you're like, oh shit. And you're like, now I've got like rent.
Dude, talk about our friend Hound. And is he Hound on social medias or is John Brown?
The Hound Brown.
The Hound. Yeah, you know it. You got it. We love Hound. Dude, we were talking about him last time and like how special my relationship is with him and yours. And dude, I remember visiting Nashville when I think I would have been 17. It would have been one of my last trips before I moved. So I was still a senior in high school. Maybe it was like Christmas break or something like that. And Hound and I went out to at the time it was a La Quinta in Brentwood, I think. God, I wish I remember what exit. Anyway, we essentially got trapped out there. We didn't really have a car. So we just kind of like took an Uber into town every once in a while, saw some bands, and then I just picked his brain on all of his drumming stuff at the time. And I kind of got the balls to just go like, man, like, you think a national act called me right now? Like, am I ready? And like, I don't even know if he would remember this, but Hound straight up was like, I think you could, but you're not. Like, I think you could be that, but you're not. That's not where you're at right now. And I remember like, you know, we're in the same hotel room. So like, he's in this bed, I'm in this bed. I remember like going to sleep. Like, I mean, I couldn't get it out of my head. Like, he's telling me I'm not good enough. but like, the reality of what he said was very true. And then like knowing now what he knew, he was absolutely right.
Yeah.
You know, if all the things that I thought was going to happen by the time I was blah, 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 blah happened, who knows how that would have turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel kind of like a late bloomer as far as my like Nashville trajectory goes because of how long I waited to just move out here.
But there's a lot of benefit in that too. Seriously. Yeah.
I don't think I would have been prepared to be out here when I was 22, man.
Yeah. Dude, I don't think that I was either. Broadway would have eaten me alive just for the lifestyle part of it. Dude.
It would have really fucked me up, I think. Because I I remember when I turned 21 and I was like, I can have beers at gigs now.
Yeah, and nobody can say no.
And I don't think there were really ever any times that I drank so much that I was like shitty on stage.
Yeah.
Like to where it was like, ugh, you know, like cringy shitty.
Yeah.
But I know that when I would go and play breweries, dude, and I drink like 6 IPAs, like pints
Yeah.
of beer.
The real stuff.
Yeah. And like drive home.
Yeah. You're like, I'm good.
And I never crashed.
Yeah.
And I never got arrested. But yeah, if I had been here,
dude,
and the whole thing is like getting people to buy you shots, and they will.
Yeah, dude.
I could not have handled that.
It's the business.
Yeah, that's your job.
Yeah.
I couldn't have handled that if I'd have been out here then. And I think a lot of things would have suffered, you know.
Yeah.
It's really funny, man. I was talking about this with my friend Lauren Michael last night about even writing. Like, some people have a lot of life experience early on, and they can pull from it and write poignant things that accurately reflect the human condition and stuff. And I don't really think I had much to really say writing, truthfully, if I'm being honest with myself, until the last few years.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I've like gotten married and like been through a lot of like mental health things with who is my partner, who was now my wife, and my dad getting sick. Like, real shit.
Yeah, dude.
And again, if I'd have been out here trying to write in a serious way, I don't know. Some people have that talent from, you know, the time they're like teenagers, and they can just write really good shit.
Yeah.
And without having that direct lived experience.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would have been the same for me. But who knows? I say all that, brother, and it could have been that, like, well, if I'd been out here and I like got into some writes with some good writers, I would have learned that. But who knows?
Yeah.
The point is, life's just gonna happen however it does.
Yeah. And dude, I feel like appreciating that journey. I mean, talking about somebody who we were just talking, me and my girlfriend just drove back from a Hardy show in Atlanta at Lakewood Amphitheater. And we were listening to, what is that podcast? It's Jelly Roll's wife. She has a podcast.
Okay.
And she was talking to Dolly Parton. And little old Dolly Parton. And, but she was talking about how she was like 7 or 8 or something crazy like that. And she's like figuring out chords, and she's writing about like real stuff because she like experienced her mother have miscarriages and stuff like that at like 7 or 8. I'm like, okay, well, we were on a different path.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was, you know, playing with Power Rangers.
Yeah, I was playing soccer at Guilford College.
Right. All right. So it's really, you know, it's really funny, dude, because like we've only really hung out a few times.
Yeah.
But I oddly feel like we've been best friends forever.
Same.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
It just feels that way. So I do want to get into your career and experience so that like you get so that people know more about you. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So you are originally from Greensboro,
North Carolina. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I grew up. I grew up in Greensboro proper. There's this huge suburb in Greensboro called the Cardinal. And yeah, I mean it's a massive place that they built in like the late 80s, I think. And my dad was teaching at the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, and my mom had since retired. She was playing violin, and she had since retired and was working at an insurance company, I think. And then so we moved there I guess right before I was born, and then we left and went out to the country, when I was like 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were out there in a little town called Summerfield, North Carolina, until I left,
Right.
till I got up and left.
Mm-hmm. And so you come from a very musical household then.
Yeah.
So talk to me about how you got into drums and then like because you play, I mean, you play guitar and other things.
Yeah.
Like, and you produce music. So like, what was the kind of the path? Were you taking like drum? I know that you eventually learned a lot from Hound. From the drums, but like your dad, didn't he teach? Did he teach percussion?
Yes.
So at UNCG?
Yeah. So my dad, Court McClaren, was the professor of percussion studies at UNCG. And man, that's really downplaying him as an educator, honestly. He was, he's retired now, only by a couple years, but he was a really forward motivator on the greater good of percussion teachings. He started a conference called the National Conference on Percussion Pedagogy, NCPP. I don't know where they meet up anymore, but it's essentially this meeting of all these percussion professors from around the country, and they meet up at a convention center and they go, how do we do this better? What are we missing? What are we overdoing? What's dated? How do we best set up our kids for being, in quotes, professional musicians? And then also he had a publishing company, Sea Island Publications. So they would do like, it's all sheet music, but all classical stuff, a lot of band literature. So like if you were in the Southeast in high school band, like you were probably playing a Sea Allen piece. So between that and him teaching, he was also a clinician. So for mallet marimba stuff and timpani. And so I was traveling with him just by like proxy at a young age, just to go around. And, so I'd go and see him put on like a seminar or a class at, Oklahoma University. And I didn't know what I was watching at the time, but it's pretty cool in hindsight, being able to look back at that. And then, that was kind of like the more like serious side of the music that I was seeing growing up. And to finish on that, I would go and sit in percussion ensembles with him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you what, being 8 years old and standing in front of a percussion ensemble, feeling that come at you is wild.
Mm-hmm.
And watching my dad like be the ringleader of that. And I mean, it was a really cool experience. And growing up around that was probably something I take for granted,
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other side of that, was my mom. My mom went to North Carolina School of the Arts. She was a violinist and a pianist, and wonderful musician. And she wouldn't mind me saying this, but I think she just had really horrible stage fright. And I think it put a little bit of a hindrance on her wanting to pursue it full time. So she played in like the Greensboro Symphony, the Raleigh Symphony, the state orchestra, that kind of stuff. But I don't think it was something that she was like pursuing full time. But that being said, she was always playing. My dad was always playing. We had I think it was like a 4-octave Deegan marimba. That would have been like a 1930s marimba.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the living room, right next to the piano and right next to her like violin setup. And my dad would come home pretty much every day after work, and that was like his wind down. He would like wind down with marimba. My mom would teach lessons to all the kids in the neighborhood, piano lessons. And I think she did some violin lessons, but I think primarily it was piano lessons.
You're like, thank God.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how many of y'all have overheard a beginner violin lesson.
Dude.
Not very fun to listen to.
And I was one of them. Well, and so that brings up like other instruments. Before drums was a question, I think more than my dad, my mom, I wouldn't say put pressure on me, but I think she really wanted me to be real well-rounded, and piano was a great way to start at that. She really desperately wanted me to take piano lessons from her, and I just refused. So
Naturally?
Yeah. And then I think I was like 5 or 6. She had a friend of hers that was teaching, as I called it when I was 5, the Wyowina, the violin. And so she was teaching violin lessons. So I started going over there. It felt like I was taking lessons from her for 5 years. I'm sure it was 6 months because I gave it up. Like, I don't ever remember like getting anywhere. Like,
violin is hard.
It's hard, man.
It is like stringed instruments are already hard because, like a guitar, like if you don't put your finger just so, to even play one note, much less a chord, it sucks. But like with the violin, it's like you get a kink in your neck,
dude,
and like you gotta hold it just right, and like
you have no control over tone.
Oh, and it's just. It's painful when you're being bad at the violin. And I've only tried this because Bri played violin in orchestra.
Oh, okay.
And so like she can play the violin. She can, and she's really great at like sight reading music and like.
Got it.
So, but you know, I've been like in her office and she's got it out. And I'm like, wow, let me give it a
so
spin.
Hard.
And I'm like, I feel like such a shitty musician just attempting to try to play a violin.
I don't understand how they get, the really good ones get such a beautiful tone out of it. My mom was that way. You get this beautiful tone out of it. And it was just like, I mean, every time I would try, you know. But yeah, so when I was like 5 or 6, I went and did violin lessons. I said no. My mom kept really trying to get me to do piano lessons. I think I did piano lessons with her like on and off. I hate to say that I don't think really any of it stuck. I mean, I'm sure there's a base level music theory that's still there that she put in me, but
well, it would have been like a classical basis, right? With that.
Yes.
So you would have been learning to read music.
Yes.
And that's a different monster than learning more of the number system play by ear, learning the intervals way.
Yes.
And
which is what I was much more.
That's what you wanted, probably.
Yes. And I didn't know that.
I had a very similar experience with my aunt. I took piano lessons from an aunt when I was probably around 5 to like 8. And it would just be, when we'd visit, we lived in Fayetteville because that's where my mom was based, and we would go up to Fremont to the family farm. Yeah. And my aunt would give me a 30-minute piano lesson, you know, and I'm like, I don't really want to learn how to play Ode to Joy. And you know what's funny? My parents, I don't think, wanted to push me into music. Because they knew how hard it is to like find a path, like a career path with it. Any path, so I'm just thinking back in hindsight, what if my dad had been like, I'm going to go to like the music store and find a Ray Charles book with that music and have Debbie teach him to play that? Because that's what I wanted to play. I'm like, if you teach me how to play, you know, Georgia on My Mind, like the record, I'll sit here for 3 hours.
And I'm going to figure it out.
And I will figure it out.
Yes. I'm not interested in this music.
Yeah. So.
And that's most.
Is that how, did you have like a similar vibe?
Yeah. Or? I mean, dude, to be honest, I don't remember much of the piano stuff, but it was that. It was a very classical approach to the whole thing. And I kind of, I didn't really want to play anything after that. I don't, between when I was 5 or 6 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, I don't think I've ever actually talked about this. I remember Star Search. You remember Star Search?
Mm-hmm.
Star Search. I don't know if it was a rerun. I mean, this would have been, 99, 2000, something like that.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit after that, early 2000s. Anyway, I just remember like sitting on the floor with my family. We're like in the living room watching Star Search. And at the time, he felt like a teenager. I'm sure the kid was 10, and he came on and just slayed, right? Or what I thought was slaying. And I just turned around to my dad. And at this point, I had started to understand what my dad did. I knew he taught drums, but that was it. And I just turned around to my dad and said something about this kid and like, oh, he's amazing, blah, blah, blah. And my dad, without missing a beat, goes, I can make you better than him.
Wow.
And we hadn't talked about, I hadn't been begging for a drum set. I hadn't been none of that had happened. Like, we had not had that conversation. And there was something about the reality of him saying that. And I believed him.
Yeah. Well, the logic, you saw what he was doing, from the time you were a kid. You're like, yeah, that tracks. You probably could.
Yeah. And man, probably around that time, I just started asking for drums a lot, like all the time. And I was just like, I just want a drum set. I just want a drum set. Just give me a drum set. And so he made an incredibly smart deal with my sister and I. My sister, Alex, who's 5 years older. And she, it's so interesting. Like, I can't imagine her in this situation. Like, thinking about if I was 8 and she was 13, we might as well have been 20 years apart. You know what I mean?
It feels that way.
Yeah. But his deal with us was, if you can take a weekly lesson with me individually on a practice pad for a year, then I'll get you a drum set.
Oh, dude, that's beautiful.
And I don't know if it was a full year, but it was close. And I never missed a lesson with him, and neither did my sister. And so him and my mom were painting the house at the time. And he overheard like the head guy painting the house. It was like his company. His name was Greg. I can remember that. And he's probably still painting houses in Greensboro. And he was like, well, hey, I got this old drum kit in my garage, if y'all want it. And so we bought this black CB 700 kit for $75 from the guy painting our house. And he kept it in his garage where he was refinishing cars. So just, like everything you could imagine stuck to the hardware, like to the finish of the drums, like just paint, goo gone, like all this stuff. And we got this kit, and I remember that was like the first time. I don't think we put new heads on it. I can't imagine my dad put in. I bet he was like, "We're gonna keep these heads." But I remember us like taking everything off and cleaning it and tuning it up for the first time, and like, oh, you can like tune a drum.
Yeah.
And like I just remember watching my dad turn a drum key, and I'm still obsessed with drum tuning. But like, I just remember watching him tune a drum key, and I saw the wrinkle come out.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's tapping around, and I was like, and then he just picks it up in the air and hits it, and it's like this perfect tone. I was like, that was the closest thing to magic that I could experience.
Tuning drums is magic.
Yeah, man. And like, but dude, the just that basis in that drum kit, I remember my dad being like, all you need to know is how to tune a drum and make sure the drum's in round and put the right heads on it. And you can make any kit sound decent. And like, sure enough, dude, I remember like years later, like being in like Battle of the Bands. Everybody else had their like, their nice kit that their parents got them for Christmas or whatever. And not to say that I wasn't grateful for my kit, but some like 7-piece PDP Guitar Center special. And I have this like, I think at the time we had taken the wrap off and like stained it some color. And no logos, no nothing. And, they put whatever mics on it. It was like, boom, boom. And it was like, dude, my kit can hold its own. You know what I mean?
Well, it makes a difference.
Yeah.
You can have the nicest kit in the world, and if it's tuned like shit, it's going to sound like shit.
Yeah. Dude, and I remember like those drums didn't even have equal lugs. Everything was 5 lugs. Like tuning it. Yeah, anyway, so he did those lessons with me for a year
on a practice
pad.
And what were you doing on the practice? Like rudiments, working on
very basic stuff. I think it was, from what I remember, there was a lot of I can't even remember the exact term. There was a lot of feel in the sticks. So there's just a lot of singles and doubles and him getting stick height where he wanted it. And I just remember him adjusting my grip, not for how my fingers were actually placed, but for how tight I was holding the stick. There was a lot of that.
That's really hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard to teach somebody that, because there's some, like, and I'm not like a drummer. I don't call myself a drummer, but I played drums in middle school. My dad is a drummer.
Yes.
And so I remember the first time I actually got the transition of like, the rudiment of like just a double from slow to a full roll and then back to slow. When I was like 12, my dad was like, okay, you have to be able to do a paradiddle.
Yes.
Double stroke roll. We'll try flamadiddles and like if you get this, but like the main thing was he really wanted me to do like paradiddles and double paradiddles.
Oh wow.
And I never got like really good at those.
Same.
But like but the double stroke roll thing, trying to teach someone the transition of when to start letting it be the controlled bounce.
Yeah.
And figuring out how to feel where that, whatever the tempo is at which you have to let it be. That's so hard. Yeah. It's so hard to communicate that to somebody who doesn't know how to do it.
Yeah.
And especially as a kid.
Yes.
It's because you're trying to explain physics to a kid.
No. And it's interesting looking back at all the ways that my dad could have gone about those very first lessons. And I'll say he was a hard ass as a professor. But I never really got that side of him personally, which I'm sure his students are jealous of, but I never really got that side. I got a very, it was very sweet. But he was very patient. Not that he wasn't with his collegiate students, but he was very patient with me. But I just remember a lot of stuff in those early days about snap ups. That's the term I was looking for. So like, you come right back up to your position that you were at, right? And this indicates your volume. So you don't go like that. This is your volume. So if you want it to be mezzo forte, you're here, pianissimo here. And you don't go like that. And I just remember him sitting, we would do the lessons in my sister's bedroom, and he would sit on the corner of my sister's bed, and I would be standing. And he would just call out pianissimo, mezzo forte, forte. And I don't think there was any like practicing to a click at that time or anything like that. I can imagine that he was going, keeping me on, but that was about it. And then just a lot of stuff with grip, fulcrum, keeping your hands loose, not letting me use my arms. And then, and then he got us that drum kit, and I stole it. I did not let my sister use it. It was supposed to be like this like joint thing. Like I'll play some, then you can play some. And I played on that thing so much she didn't have a chance. And I think she eventually just gave up. Sorry, Alex.
Yeah.
But I think she just kind of gave up and was like, okay, this is Cam's thing, you know? And it's so interesting. Like all those things I learned, the minute you get on a drum kit, you kind of forget all that stuff. And it's like I remember getting on the drum kit the first time and all of a sudden my elbows raised up. My dad was like, you lower those elbows back down. You know what I mean? And then
that's interesting. So talk about that a little bit. So what you were doing with your dad with a practice pad is basically, those sound like exercises that a classical, that like a concert snare drummer would do.
Very much.
And then you do all that and earn a drum kit.
Yeah.
And then you get behind the drum kit.
And I'm like, what do I do with my hands?
So what was your goal once you got the kit?
No idea.
Right. Okay.
I knew that I wanted to play drums.
Okay.
I didn't know what that meant. There was a friend of my sister's, his name's Ian Ford. I think he's still in North Carolina. I just remember he was the cool hockey kid. Hockey kid. And, yeah, he was a few years older than me. And I remember he gave me my first record and it was Dark Side of the Moon. And, that was the first thing that like wasn't in the house. That was like, this is mine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And, I remember this was before I had a drum kit. I remember setting up these like buckets that we had in the garage. I like set up chairs in front of me and then I like tied them in place on the chairs. So they were like angled, kind of like toms.
Mm-hmm.
And then I like rigged up something to like kick, or maybe I was just kicking the floor or something like that. And I remember playing along to Dark Side of the Moon. I was not playing along with Dark Side of the Moon. It was on and I was going like this with it. But I just remember I remember playing along to Money, which is it's in 5 or 7 or something.
I think it's in 7.
Yeah, 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember figuring out like where the top of the phrase went.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know the word phrase or I didn't know any of that. But I just remember like the feeling of playing along with something and being like, I just want to do this.
Yeah.
So when I got the kit, the only thing I thought about was who is in the neighborhood that will play with me.
That's so cool.
And that never really happened. So I just like, my dad taught me a few grooves and, I just remember putting, like I had like a CD player, like a portable CD player, and you'd be like riding your bike and it would skip,
Mm-hmm.
And, it was after Walkmans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They weren't called. Yeah.
Did I remember that? Or having, even being in like the car with a CD player.
Yeah.
And like if you went over a rough enough bump, it'd be like, well, shit.
Yeah. Oh shit. Where was I at?
You started playing along to things.
I remember like the first thing he taught me was, so my left hand goes with the hi-hat and my right foot goes with the kick. Like very basic. And then I just remember I would listen to a song and go, well, I could play that beat on top of this song,
mm-hmm.
regardless if it was the right, and I think that was like my first introduction to like figuring out playing along with something. And I just did that all the time. And then the bad thing was that became my punishment. So if I ever was a bad kid, which was all the time, they would just take away a piece of my drum kit, which ruined my life. Like my dad walking in and taking away the $13 crash cymbal that came with the kit. That might as well be in the trash can. And I was like, I can't do this, man. But it was like, he knew, and I acted up because I acted right because I wanted that cymbal back. You know?
It's so cool to me that your dad, it's really like almost like a psychological game that he played with you.
Yeah.
Because you had to like earn having that kit.
Yeah.
And you proved that you meant business about being able to play the drums.
Yeah.
My dad did the same thing to me about buying me my first guitar.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I started playing the guitar because I met my friend Tanner, who
yes.
I told you he moved to town recently.
Yes.
But I asked him, I was like, please buy me a guitar. And he was like, learn to play the guitar and I'll buy you a guitar. And so I like asked my friend, I asked Tanner, I was like, can I borrow your guitar? And for like 6 months, I borrowed his little Squire Strat with no amp and sat there. I would put the Strat button up against.
Yeah, and you could feel the vibration.
And it kind of amplified it.
Yes.
And that would have been like, I started doing that in July.
Yeah.
And my birthday's in October. My dad bought me an acoustic for my birthday. Yeah.
Wow.
So I had a similar experience with that. It was proved to me that you're legitimately interested in this. And yes, then we'll make it happen.
Because I think we all have, and sometimes it works out, but we all have friends or whatever that like, they think about, oh, well, I want a bass. And then they get the bass, and they never do anything with the bass. They never, it sits there until they go off to college or whatever. And this was like, no, this is my baby. This is my CB700 kit.
Yeah. So you start playing along to things and your punishment starts to be, you can no longer play your drums.
Yeah.
So you learned that basic, like, kick on 1 and 3, snare on 2 and 4.
Yeah.
The first beat that my dad showed me was that, but with the and of 3 with the kick to start the separation.
Oh, yeah.
So where you get like that one upbeat with the foot.
Yeah,
and it's just funny to me because I'm thinking back on those times of like, well, this is the one beat I know.
Yeah.
So everything is this thing.
Dude, but that's something that was so, and I never thought about that at that age, but that was something that was so cool. I just got a drum set. I learned like 3.5 grooves that I don't really know how to play well. And I can put this over pretty much anything that comes on the radio. Like, what? Like, that's fucking cool.
Yeah. You can say fucking.
Okay, yeah.
Just, I saw you like, I saw you restrain yourself. Like, no.
But there's something to that, man. It's like learning all your cowboy chords and being like, well, I can play every song on the radio. That's pretty fucking cool.
It is.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
So what was the transition from, well, these are the 3 things that I know to, well, okay, now let me start working on grooves that I don't know. Did you end up taking formal lessons outside of what your dad was doing? Or did you just take it and go, well, like on money, this straight one, 2, 3, 4 ain't gonna work?
I really didn't know much at the time. So when I got the drum kit, my dad and I still kept up with lessons. I don't think we were doing it every week, but it was probably like once every 2 weeks or something. And honestly, that might have even been when me and my sister were still sharing the kit, and then eventually the kit just ended up in my bedroom, but instead of the garage. Oh shit, what were we talking about?
No, like what was it? The transition from like, these are the 3 patterns that I know and I play them over everything, to now I'm trying to learn the actual arrangements of songs.
Yes. So my dad was, he started showing me stuff to read. He had a publishing company, so he could literally walk up to his own shelf of instructional stuff and go, I want 5th grade snare audition stuff. And then pull that book out, take it home, and then show me. And one of the things that he was great at was he never actually played anything for me. because he figured out early that if I heard it, I could replicate it, or I would figure it out. So that was always I would always, well, just play for me. I don't want to read the music. And he'd be like, nope. You know, it's funny now I can't really read traditional notation to save my life. But which is a big reason why I ended up in Nashville with the number system and all that. But yeah, so he started teaching. It was like more of here's the real stuff that you're going to need to learn. And like, here is a whole note and a quarter note, teaching me the real basics. Because by that time, whatever I learned with my mom when I was like 5 is not quite there anymore. And all I've been thinking about was drums for the past couple of years. So he started showing me some of that stuff, and I was really hooked. And then honestly, that happened for like a couple more years. And then when I was like, I think I was 11, I was really into golf.
Okay.
And my parents and I had a conversation, and that I'm sure a lot of people have to have with their kids, which was, you can't play every sport. We can't really afford it. So pick one or two. And I was like, well, I really want to play golf. And they were like, well, that's your one.
Right. As expensive sports go.
Yeah. And
you can play football, baseball, and soccer, or
golf.
You can golf.
And so I was really into golf, and I had made this really good friend. His name was Gerard, out on the golf course. And he was like 3 or 4 years older than me at the time, so a big kid, you know. And but I was pretty big for my age, and I was always kind of hanging out with kids a couple years older than me. And I remember we were at Bryan Park Golf Course, and like right outside of Greensboro, and we had been playing for a couple hours, and he goes, "You know who the best band in the world is?" And I was like, "Who?" And he goes, "Green Day." And I was like, "Fuck yeah, man!" And like, I remember that being like we're gonna start a band.
Would that have been in like 03, 04, somewhere in there? Yeah.
Yes.
At the time, not an unreasonable thing to have said as a kid.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, that would
have been right around when American Idiot was coming out.
It had just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was fresh.
I made my dad buy me that record. My dad bought me that CD, and he should not have bought me that CD. Because I think I was like 13, and it was great. I was like, dude, the idea of like a concept album, still being a thing,
yes,
but also having so many hits on it, man, hits.
So, dude, like, I don't think people think about that in nowadays terms of, like, these were pop hits.
Yeah, like top 10.
Yeah, like Wake Me Up When September Ends.
Boom, 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 boom,
like,
boom,
boom, boom, boom, boom, dude.
And then boom, boom, bap, boom, boom, bap.
Dude. Yeah. Oh my God. So when you were asking me kind of like, when was it? I think, when did I actually start like going?
If you fucking sit here, Cameron, and you tell me that you were learning that record like as like learning arrangements and stuff.
Yes.
Cause I swear to God, I was doing that at the exact same time on the drums.
Dude.
Like I played in the youth group.
Yeah.
At again, the fact that I was playing in youth group and that record was what me and my friends were learning as I was the drummer in our band is like kind of bizarre.
Yeah.
But we just did that like thing at the same time because I was learning that. Like,
yes. Yeah.
It's so funny, bro, because like my dad is getting me to like I was listening Tower of Power and trying to learn David Garibaldi shit. And the stuff that was like mine, the stuff that I was trying to learn was the entire American Idiot record.
Yeah.
And all of Get Born.
Get Born?
The Jet record.
Oh, whoa. Yeah.
Those, because they came out around the same time.
Yeah.
And I was like, Are You Gonna Be My Girl, Cold Hard Bitch, dude, all that stuff. Like, yeah.
First concert I ever played was the Ice Cream Festival in the front lawn of Guilford College. And there's so many things I remember about that show, but I remember Are You Gonna Be My Girl? I might have even sang it. I'm probably bad. Well, definitely bad. But dude, I remember walking away from that gig. I mean, that would have been, I was like 12, like one of my very first things. And I remember I walked away and I had my dad's Zildjian A's from the 60s and beautiful cymbals. I cracked every single crash he gave me.
Oh,
and
bro.
like 16, it was pretty much all 16 and 18-inch crashes. But I've still got the rides and they're amazing. And a set of hats, 16-inch hats, actually, that are amazing. But I remember like not putting together, I just got off stage. I have to tear down what I put up. It was like a backline kit and some Yamaha kit that was backlined. And I just remember walking off stage and going like with a group of buddies to like ride a ride. And my dad just shows up as I'm in line with my cymbal bag. And he was like, and we had this whole, like, if this is what you're going to do, then like this, like, you're going to have to tear down your own stuff. And then explain to me, this is the situation that you put the guy in after you. He walked up to a kit that was supposed to be clear and it wasn't clear. You made more work for him. And not only did you make more work for him, you made more work for me. And I'm not here. I'm here to cheer on my son, not to tear down your stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
And you fucked up my cymbals.
That's not my cymbals. But I just remember being like, it was like a,
coming of age moment for you.
Yeah, like I didn't know what it meant to be professional at the time, and I don't think I didn't know what that meant. But it was like, oh, I have to like, I'm gigging.
Yeah,
I have to do this.
So
yeah,
that was a big thing. But like,
yeah.
So you started. So your friend goes, Green Day is the best band in the world,
and I'm like, yeah, it is. Man.
And you were like, of course they are.
Yeah. And then we make a band.
Nice. And what did he play?
He played guitar.
Fuck yeah, that's all you need.
That's all we need, man.
Guitar and drums, bro.
So we started a band, and eventually, like, pretty quick, we got his friend Steven to come in and play bass. And then we had a friend of ours named Adam who came in and played guitar. And I think at one point, kind of all of us sang. And it ended up with me singing for some reason. But, dude, it started out like most bands at that era. It was like, okay, we're going to learn Welcome to Paradise and All the Small Things and Damn It and, you know, whatever. And then, okay, well, I don't know, maybe we should write our own stuff. And so we started writing our own stuff, and then I became the jerk in the band that took it way too seriously. But I think that was honestly, by that point we had been in the band for like a year, and we would play like because they were older, that, you know, we'd play like their friends' Sweet 16 parties and a pool party and a backyard party and stuff like that. And like the moms would come out and give us $20 each, and we were like, we're professionals, you know. And but it was a lot of fun. So eventually we were like, well, we got to go record some stuff. So the Music Academy of Greensboro, which is right near downtown, had a studio called Mars Recording Studio. Yeah, Musician Academy Recording Studio. I think that's what it was. Yeah. And it was
cool.
Yeah, cool. It was like an old Pro Tools rig. Like, I don't remember any gear in there. I just remember the old, like, what was that gray DigiDesign interface that everybody had?
Yep.
And that was the only thing that I remember in there. And there was a defined tracking room and control room, and
that's a studio to me.
That's a studio. And so, but what it was actually billed as was, we went in there, and I guess we like inquired about hey, like this is probably a super cheap place to record. And I think somehow or another it got brought up. Well, we actually offer this as a class. So you can come in and we can make it kind of a private class, but for the whole band guys, they can come in like once every 2 weeks or something like that. And we will record them, but at the same time, we're going to teach them what we're doing.
That is the fucking coolest thing, dude.
It was awesome. It was awesome.
And so you're like, what, 13?
12.
12? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, oh my God.
It was awesome.
I would have like done anything to have had something like that.
Yeah.
At that age. That is so cool.
And it definitely wasn't like, you know, I don't even think we got into like mic positions. It was just like, okay, you're wanting to record a song. We're going to do pre-production. Well, what's pre-production? Well, get your acoustic and come in here. All of you sing this song. And then now we're going to talk about it. Well, why do we wrote it? Why are we talking about it? Well, we're going to see how we can make it better. Well, what do you mean we're going to make it better? Isn't it already? No. This is the process, you know, like, and also that from a young age, teaching you to get your fucking ego out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're going to break you down right now, you know? And then I remember sitting down behind the drum kit to track our first song. And then there was like a pause. And then the engineer was like, oh gosh, I can't remember his name. He works for PreSonus now. He's a really sweet guy. Kyle. Sorry, Kyle. We're Facebook friends, which I feel bad I can't remember his name. But yeah, he's killing it in his own right. But anyway, he was like, hey, Cameron, you ever played to a click? I was like, and okay, we'll see how you play along to this. And surprisingly at the time, I think because I wasn't overthinking it, I was able to get through that day. It was like the first time with a click was probably easier than the second time with a click because I was just getting through it, you know. But yeah, and then it was, you know, hey, you know, bring in songs that you guys want these to sound like. We're gonna walk you through the mixing process. Like you're gonna see, and then it was just great because
that is so cool, dude.
Well, it was also like, hey, I have me and my buddies in this band wrote a song. We know that in 2 weeks we're gonna go into this place where we can go record it.
Yeah.
Like, and the guy there is probably gonna make some suggestions on how it can be better, or like what I could be doing. Like I remember that was the first time an adult was saying to me, hey, just play as simply as you can.
Right.
And you know, I'm like, Travis Barker and Trey Cool are my gods. What are you talking about? But even like, dude, you break down their stuff. Like you break down Trey Cool, yeah. Like he's not licking all over the place. He's driving the train. And so is Travis.
And all the licks that happen are exactly where they need to happen.
Yes.
It's not for the shit of it. It's yeah.
Yeah. And so
and all those parts, especially on that Green Day record, man, dude, all those drum parts are like, they serve the song so damn well. I mean, yes, like that, the Wake Me Up When September Ends thing is like, that's like some shit Ringo would have done.
Yeah.
You know?
Dude, I never put that together. I mean, that literally is.
It really is.
Dude, I can remember that music video too.
Wait a minute. That is like the pattern for like, downstream.
Go.
Yeah.
Go.
Anyway.
What song is that? We're both forgetting it. You know, it's that one song that goes like
the one Beatles song.
Yeah.
No, but it was mind and flow downstream.
Everybody will know it. You know, that groove that goes.
When we Google this, the name of that Beatles song will be in the show notes.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, that is, I'd never really put that together until right this second. But yeah, it's either. Like, yeah, shit. Anyway.
And they were huge. All of them were huge Beatles nuts and Green Day. But anyway.
So you're doing this, you're recording. All of these recordings, do you have any of them still?
Dude.
Fuck.
Like, I was just talking to somebody about this the other day. They used to be up on MySpace. When our boy JT bought MySpace, they somehow went missing. So you can go on like the band MySpace
What was the name of the band?
Double Cross Blind. Don't know why it was called Double Cross Blind. And
That's not a bad band name.
We thought it was cool.
To be like, how old would they have been as well?
They would have been like 15, 16.
Of course.
Yeah. And, well, I can say this here, but so it was me and 3 Hispanic guys. So they wanted to name the band Border Crossing. And I was like, no.
You're like,
actually, I bet it was one of our parents. It was like,
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But, yeah, anyway, during that whole period of kind of backtrack to other instruments, that band was when I started doing other things, because now I have friends that like this, and I'm realizing that I'm a little bit of the go-getter of the group, and I want new songs to record and to play. And my sister just got a new Yamaha student guitar for Christmas. So there's a guitar in the house.
How many instruments did you steal from your sister, dude?
All of them. So, like, she would. Oh, also at the time I was homeschooled, and she was going to like regular high school. So I was just in the house with her guitar all day, and so it was like, I remember the guys in the band teaching me a power chord. My hands were little, so it was just the 2-chord or 2-note power chord.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't do the full one.
That's all you need, man.
It's all you need. And it was just like, I can play in any key. Like,
right.
This is what?
You can play every chord with a root and a fifth.
Yeah, man.
Who's playing diminished anyway?
and it was like every Green Day and Blink-182 song is this. Holy shit. And so not only do I start like learning those songs, but then I start writing stuff. Now I'm writing for the band. And then I'm bringing the songs to the guys and, you know, for rehearsal, and then I'm teaching them. And that was like,
so who showed you your, like, were they showing you things on the guitar? Like,
yeah.
So one of them showed you the power chord?
I think that it was my friend Gerard that taught me a power chord. And
how soon did he show you Smoke on the Water?
I don't think ever.
Oh, yeah?
I think it was very much like, here's a power chord, and then I just went bananas.
Yeah.
And also that was right when YouTube was either like about to take off or was taking off.
05-ish?
Yeah. Yeah. So it was like, there were very early lessons, and like tabs were really big at the time. Which I don't think I ever fully understood tabs back then, let alone now. But yeah, I just started figuring it out. And same thing, just like putting on records and just trying to figure out, like, I didn't know what I was doing, but, and I just fell in love with playing guitar as well. But guitar was just a avenue for me to play drums.
Yeah.
You know, and like, well, the guys in the band aren't going to write any new songs, so I'm going to write a fucking new song, and we're going to record it, and we're going to fucking play it, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm really, that really is so cool that you had that set up at the Music Academy, where
it was awesome.
I don't think that if you're listening to this and you're like not really into music, having an outlet like that as a kid, I just can't even.
Dude, it didn't matter that it wasn't. I didn't know that it wasn't some fancy studio. We were recording.
Yeah,
that was the coolest thing
on Pro Tools.
Like, that was the coolest thing ever. I remember asking a question and going, "Well, if I want the snare, if I ask you to turn the snare drum up, can you just turn the snare drum up?" And he was like, "Well, yeah, this is multi-track. You know, you like each one of these." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah,
you know, like the most amazing thing ever. And then to kind of pick that up, that band just kind of dissolved, and I was playing in like the Piedmont Youth Jazz Orchestra. So I was starting to get into jazz stuff, as a lot of us do. And there was definitely a time where I thought I was going to do that, and thank God, because I just don't. There are guys that are great at that, and I'm not one of them.
I always go back. I always go back to the Don Cheadle quote about why he went with acting as his primary focus, and he said because you have to be a really, really good musician to be a bad jazz musician.
Yeah, man. So I was playing, doing these like jazz orchestra things, and I met a woman named Chris Hankins, and Chris Hankins was like an acquaintance of my dad. She had graduated from the university that he was teaching at in the jazz department in saxophone, and she was running this Piedmont Youth Jazz Orchestra thing, and this is where it benefited to be my dad's son in this town. There was like an age limit. I think it was 16, 15 or 16 or something like that. You had to be a certain age to be in this jazz program. And my dad walked me in at like 13 and walked in to Chris and, quote, teach him some jazz shit. Chris and I still laugh about that today, but she's living out in Colorado. So what ended up happening was that was another like great experience. First off, actually reading a chart. Like, this is a big band chart. Like, yes, it's a lot of time, but like you gotta you gotta lead the band, you know? Mm-hmm. And Chris could be brutal about some things. Like, Chris was like, I want to feel your hi-hat through the entire orchestra. Like, you don't have that punk rock backbeat, but you got, and I want it to be loud, and I want it to be the loudest thing of the kit. And I want it to be driving the whole band. And it was like, oh, okay.
I mean, that's how that works.
Yeah,
in that environment,
dude. She would stop run-throughs and tell me to be more consistent with my hi-hat. Also, I think that was the first real pressure of I'm the youngest guy here, so there's probably some people who don't want me here. I'm in a leadership role because you're playing drums. Mm-hmm. Even if you're the quietest guy in the room, if you're playing drums, you're in some sort of leadership role. And I'm slowing this group down. I'm learning. These guys have already been like kind of shedding for the last few years, and I'm like, how do I do this? But Chris kicked my ass, and through that, me and her became really close. And then she was like, well, hey, do you want to play in this jazz combo and this jazz combo? And then that turned into, well, Cam, why don't we just go gig together? And then she'd book gigs and I'd book gigs, and we'd do stuff in a wedding band and then do stuff in this little funk trio and then blah, blah, blah. And we just kind of became this little weird partnership. And through that, she started working at a couple different universities around Greensboro and around Raleigh, Durham area, and universities that were putting together their jazz programs, really trying to bring their jazz programs up to the level of where the rest of their stuff was at. And they didn't have strong rhythm sections. So she started bringing me and the guitar player that we played with and the bass player that we played with to go and back up these college bands. And then also talk about going into a room like I'm a kid.
Yeah.
And there's a 24-year-old like grad student that sheds, and he's got an ego, and you just walked in and you started dragging, and like he's going to call you out for it before like the instructor calls you out for it. Yeah, I think that was like my first real, hey, you got paid $150 for a wedding.
Yeah.
Like, it's not $20 at the Sweet 16 party anymore. And then in the middle of all this, I met our friend Hound. and we talked about it the other day. But Hound initially came over for to give me a lesson,
And you were how old at that time?
I would have maybe like 14, I think. And yeah, so he started coming over, or he came over once to give me a lesson, and you know, if you know Hound, you know how easy this is, but it was like, it turned way more into like a philosophical conversation about music and than it was like him teaching me a bunch of stuff. The biggest thing that I got from that was it was the first time that I heard like a bona fide, legitimate, professional drummer hit a rim shot like his life depended on it. And he just sat down behind my kit, and I remember I wasn't even ready. Like we went to go like switch spots, and he sat down behind my kit, and he just like sat down and just hits the kick drum. And it was like, I mean, my whole world changed literally right there, you know, it because I think what had happened was I had known that there were like these punk rock gods, Trey Cool and Travis Barker and all these guys. And then I was into all these jazz cats, and I had no real understanding of like working class musician. Like it was either here or here, you know? And at the time, Hound had just gotten done with Zach Brown Band, and he had a lot of stuff going on in his family, and was like, dude, I need to get out of here. So he got out of there. So he was like, he had already been doing this for 25 years, and he had that in him, and you felt that in the room. And he wasn't showing off to a young kid. He wasn't trying to play as loud as he could, but it was the intent behind his behind what he was playing and the authority.
Yeah. Like when we were in your studio the other day and you were playing, I was like, there's just something. There is a difference between knowing a beat and commanding the kit. Yeah.
And that was the first, I think, and that, what a great representation of that, because that was the first time that I had heard that. I had seen great jazz drummers live, and there were some great rock drummers that I was playing around that were like in our scene where I was like, oh, like that kid's way better than me. Nobody with that kind of like swag and laid it down like that. And also the groove that he played at the tempo that he played it, I just never heard that a lot. And then it was like, oh, well, he's a Nashville guy. Well, my sister has a Dixie Chicks record. Okay, I'm going to go steal. It was the Wide Open Spaces record. And then Rascal Flatts was on top of the world at the time. And Chris McHugh's playing drums on that. Greg Morrow's playing drums on the Dixie Chicks stuff. Like, I didn't know that, but it's like, then I start getting really into that stuff. So around that time that I had met Hound, he starts inviting me and my dad out. And another side to this is my parents had just separated. So it was just me and my dad a lot. And the beauty of that was we would just go to shows, or we could drive to Georgia and see Hound at some theater that was 5 hours away and get a hotel room and then come back, because like it was just the boys, you know?
Bro, like like this is so the fucking parallels between our lives, because the same shit had, like, when my parents split up, I was 17 and that's when I moved from
perfect age.
And I had been at a private Christian school from preschool through my junior year of high school. My parents split up that summer. I moved my senior year.
Whoa.
I mean, not like to California, but an hour away.
Yeah.
And at the time,
might as well be California.
It might as well, yeah. And I was living with my dad.
Yeah.
And it was like, I'd go to his gigs.
Yeah.
I'd go to my gigs.
Yeah.
And it became this like, for better and worse.
Yeah.
It became more like we were roommates for a bit.
Yeah.
Than like a father and son thing. Like, there were moments where he would snap into like, I don't know. I was a pretty good student. I never like I took AP classes and shit. Like I did well in school.
Yeah.
It wasn't well, but it was never like, oh, I was letting my grades slip or whatever. It was just like, you're still in high school. You probably shouldn't come home from school and grab a beer out of the fridge.
Yes.
Like,
and you're like, come on, Dad.
Well, I mean, he would let me drink if I was around the house on the weekend.
Yeah.
And I mean, I probably shouldn't say that in a public forum, but I mean, I wasn't drinking and driving. It was just, but I developed this kind of comfortability where like I did that, a time or two, and he was like,
maybe not.
Maybe it's 4 in the afternoon. Like, maybe after your gig tonight, if we're all hanging out and we're having a bonfire or something, then, but that shift to like, you're one of the guys, kind of.
Yeah.
Instead of like, I don't know. There's a weird thing I think that happens when you start spending more time with someone who's been that kind of mentor. Like you can see it becoming, I'm benefiting for my future profession from this.
Yeah.
From these interactions.
Yeah.
Than just, we're a nuclear family going to an event.
Yes.
It's just a different, I don't know.
Yes.
I know that you can relate to that because of what you just said.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit. I don't know. It's just blowing my mind.
Dude, I remember I tell this story a lot. And it's a big reason why, like, if people reach out to me on Instagram or anything, I do my best to go get coffee or just because like mentorship is, I mean, something that was so huge in my life. But Hound specifically, dude, I remember we went to some theater and the person he was playing with was doing a Christmas tour. And but you know all the stuff that goes on backstage. Thinking about it now, the time that he took to do this, but he charted out and printed copies of every song of the entire set in order and handed them to me in a stack and said, turn pages with the show.
That's fucking cool, man.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And at the time,
how helpful would that have,
dude? I mean,
that's just fucking Hound, man.
It was amazing. And and I'm sure I was getting lost, but and then waiting for the next song. Okay, now we can start the next song. But like putting it in that context, hey, everybody on stage, this is how they're learning this music and this is how they're associating it, in their brain. And you don't have to have a doctorate like your father to understand what's going on, And it was very much like, oh, there's a place for me.
Yeah. There's a path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just didn't really have that. I knew I wanted to do music. I knew I wanted to play drums, but I didn't know really how, like on a real deal level. And that was the first time where it was very clear where I was going to go and what I was going to do. Here's the other thing. Being around those guys, I'll just call them out. It was Hound, John Brown, Michael Steele on bass, Bobby McKee playing guitar, and then it was a keyboard player, Dave LeGrand, who's been all of these guys have crazy credits. But those guys were like those guys were already seasoned and already been doing it a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And they had every reason to push me to the side, not talk to me, not be nice to me, whatever. Those guys all collectively took me in like I was their own kid. And for the next several years were people that I texted and got advice from. Bobby McKee, the guitar player, he got me my first gig in town that ended up paying my rent for my first year or two, pretty much. And ballsy on his end, recommending somebody with essentially no real world credits. That's 18. Didn't really know what I was doing. But I remember being like, these guys are so cool. I want to be just like them.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that they were rock stars, is that they were just dudes. These are monsters of their instrument. They get on stage and they just swing dick. Like they just have a thing. And it's not because they're jumping around stage and doing all this crazy stuff.
No, it's the command thing.
Yes. And every single one of them has it. And it was just like Michael Steele is such a great example of that.
I felt that in the 10 minutes that I played with them at that show. It was, oh, this is like
confident.
They really do that. Like really do it.
Yeah.
You know,
but experiencing it was just crazy. I know I'm rambling, but
no, you're good, man. I mean that so
yeah.
All of that I think is starting to be, you're covering things that happen within the like 3 to 4 years from around the time that we crossed paths for the first time.
Yeah.
So tell me, you've mentioned a couple of drummers. Who are some of your like favorites? Just talk about like some of the people, all time, or just in your kind of coming of age and shifting more into that professional realm of playing.
Yeah.
Who do you think, who sticks out as far as influence?
That's a great question, because who was really molding me at that time? Dude. Well, number one, Hound.
Naturally.
I know we just keep bringing him up, but it was just, it was the first time I had been around that. And there's stuff to this day that I do it and I go, oh, I'm just ripping off Hound, you know? Somebody who gets a lot of credit and not enough real credit was Rich Redmond. Rich Redmond, Jason Aldean's drummer. Dude, at the time, he was unlike anything that had been in Nashville. Specifically with his social media presence, but also with the very stick licking, stick throwing. I've never done any of that, and I never even tried. But I've always said this. If you can find, it used to be on YouTube and I can't find it anymore. So somebody took it down. Please put it back up. But if you can find Jason Aldean, Jamboree in the Hills, I think it was like 2005, 2006. The way that band collectively as a whole at that time, but specifically that concert is like a master tour of, or like a master course of how to lead a band. And Rich was, I mean, he was really taken over at that time, but he was such a huge personality. And again, it was something that he preached all the time in his videos, but it was like, hey, you can do this. You know, he wasn't out there going like, you can't obtain what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm Vinny Colaiuta.
But that's, you know, that's what the Nashville thing has always been. Like,
yeah,
my dad had opportunities to come out here when he was younger and just didn't. And I've never really pushed him on that. I mean, he was able to make a living, like a pretty good living playing from the time that he was a kid.
Yeah.
So I think in his mind, it was like, why would I risk blowing up my life to go do that when I'm already fine here? And he was, he was playing like, up in Chicago and down to Florida. I think maybe in his mind, it's like, I'm already doing the thing.
I'm doing it. Yeah.
Why do I want to go do it 600 miles from home?
Yeah, in a place that's more expensive.
And in hindsight, it's like, well, who knows what your life would look like. But anyway, there's a and he never was one of those like super flashy guys. The pocket pays the fucking bills.
Yeah.
And all of the records that have been in top 40 country radio,
dude,
forever, is just that. It's just people who are really good at that.
Yeah.
And we keep coming back to that moment of of Hound sitting behind your kit for the first time. That's how I felt watching my dad when I was a kid. It's like, he would show me how to play something. I would sit there and play it. But then I'm like, but it's just, the room doesn't feel.
It's not lighting up.
It's the thing, the energy is just not the same.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about guys who, sure, could they probably do more choppy things if they wanted to? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that is just not the job.
And it's not what they're into.
Yeah.
And that moment with Hound, if I'm being honest, that was probably the first time where I went, where it got rid of the myth of, something simple is stupid.
Uh-huh.
I remember specifically watching All American Rejects Swing Swing had just came on the radio. Swing, 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 and right? And I remember looking at my dad and being like, that's all he played? Like, I was like, I could do that. And my dad just goes, yeah, well, he's got the gig.
Right.
And it's like, that song wouldn't have swung, like, not that it's a particularly swinging song, but like, that song wouldn't have swung as hard, wouldn't have felt as good, wouldn't have been as big of a hit if that dude wasn't going, and made you dance,
Mm-hmm.
And full circle, Rich was great at that, man, and still is. So to get back to those guys that were like the dudes, I don't think I knew it at the time, but I was buying up records that were Chris McHugh and Greg Morrow. And those were like my building blocks for what was going to be my next several years in town.
So talk about what some of those records would have been for people listening.
Oh, dude, I literally remember going to the library and just looking up the name. It would have been any and every record. So the Greensboro library, you could just go in, first floor is this huge library. And I could search by name, and you could also search album credits. So you could just go and pick up a record and be like, well, who's playing sax? And then look up that sax player, and then it would tell you all the other records that guy was on.
Nice.
Which was awesome. And so a million things that were out at that time, but it was so signature with those guys. And also with Rich, what Aldine was doing at the time was pretty uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that Rich was playing was very uncommon, which got into also, he's hitting real hard. Everybody tells me I play too loud on these jazz gigs. I think this might be like where I'm like where I need to be going.
Yeah.
This is just what I naturally, I don't think I realized like you're naturally this type of player and you just haven't been exposed to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've been exposed to it. Now all hell breaks loose. But dude, you mentioned something about school and you were like a great student. Was that always like from K through 12?
I was good at everything but math.
Okay.
Like I didn't see the practical application of it. I'm like,
Yes.
oh, being able to read and understand what I'm reading seems like an important skill. But
yeah.
but I'm like, I don't know. I always took my parents pushed me to like do honors classes or whatever.
Wow.
And I did. But I don't know, like there were certain things that I just was like naturally more interested in.
Yeah.
Like I liked history.
Yes.
I thought it was cool. I was like, like I remember learning about like colonial times.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously as an adult, I'm like, no, that wasn't a very good time. But there was something about the nostalgia for the simple nature of it that like, I don't know, I always loved, we would take field trips to Colonial Williamsburg.
Yeah, man.
And like watch them like churn butter and like.
Yeah, my mom lives over there now.
Doing all that. So there were certain subjects that I was oddly into, even as like a middle school student or whatever.
Yeah.
Just never cared for math. Didn't come naturally to me. It was really funny. I ended up in AP Calculus my junior year.
Yeah. We were not the same.
And I didn't. Well, look, I'm getting there. I ended up one quarter. I ended up with a D average for the quarter. You know how
dare you?
And my parents were like, kind of look at my report card, like, and I had A's and everything else, and they're like, "What the hell?" And I was like, I didn't say this, but I'm like, it's fucking hard. Like, you go do it. I was like, I'm sure, I'm not gonna take grief for having a D in calculus from someone whose highest level in math was what I was doing in 8th grade. I'm fairly certain the standards were lower in 1974 and 81, respectively.
Yeah.
You want to help me with this? Like, by all means, sit down with me when I get home from work. And I worked. Like, my parents were like, if you want to drive, you have to work to have. I paid my car insurance.
Wow.
I paid for all of my gas money and stuff. I mean, they would, if I got in a bind, they would help me out. But the gist of it was, my grandpa, my mom's dad was like, you know, just. He was in the Army and then he worked other jobs and like retired and was the kind of guy that could just get a new GMC car every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Just, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of vibe. Like, and so when I turned 16, he gave me a 2001 Chevy Impala.
Yeah, he did.
And that would have been 2006. So I had it was a nice car. They always, dude, he had every service record. Like in the, you know what I'm saying? Like that old school of like, I know when every fucking oil change has happened and the guy's name. Yeah. And so I got a good car, but I had to work to have it. Yeah. And so I mean, I did pretty well in school. I worked every day for like 4 hours after school and every Saturday.
Dude, I don't know how you did that. Dude,
I don't know. I just did. It was like, well, I want to be able to drive.
I think that this picks up where we left off as far as my story and meeting those guys and kind of being in high school. I was such a horrific student. And dude, it's like watching my sister. She has my niece and nephew. Like watching them enter the school system now. I have and it's so interesting, like talking to my dad about this, because he even feels a lot of the same way, but from a different perspective. Having been a teacher, I have such a hard time looking at the schedules that kids have and going like, dude, like you're a 14-year-old kid and you have a longer day than your parents. That's wild. And then also you're going to go work, you're going to come back home and you're going to do 3 hours of homework. And then now wake up at 5:30 in the morning and go do it again in a building that looks like a prison.
I mean, even my parents, I played baseball when I was in high school, like through my junior year. I would not have made the team at Charles B. Aycock was like state champion level
Okay.
team, and I was like, I played in a Christian school league. It.
Wait, did you and Hound go to the same high school?
I graduated from Aycock. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. But I wouldn't have made that team. So I don't know, like it was just normal to me.
Yeah.
But my parents, what I was getting at, what kids are doing these days is like, I did extracurricular activities that were practical for the sense of like, you're going to learn soft skills and like real world work ethic.
Yeah.
Versus forcing your kid to do like beta club and like be fluent in a second language and not that those things aren't good, but it's like, dude, I'm 12.
You need to be living some life.
Right. Or
Like,
just
for
have
real.
free play.
Yeah.
Like, we're just, I don't know. I think that trend is starting to head in the other direction.
Yeah.
Based off of, like some books that have come out about what we've been doing to kids.
Yeah.
Between.
Yeah, we've been doing some stuff, man.
Yeah. But I mean, so it seems like from your point of view, if in hindsight, you're like, I wasn't a very good student.
Horrible.
But it seems like, I think you, from an earlier age, really saw the trajectory that like music was going to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I stopped giving a fuck about all the other stuff.
Uh-huh.
I mean, whenever I really was like, nope, this is what I'm doing. Literally, I remember my widowy. I remember my first year of high school. Pretty good. Like B, C student. I've been homeschooled for 6 years. So that was kind of like, okay.
Well, that's a bit of a culture shock.
Actually, not as much. Because I was still in a band.
Yeah.
I was like hanging out around kids. We did like these communal classes with like hundreds of homeschool kids at this church once a week. So I wasn't, yes, I was secluded on a farm by myself during the day, but like I was pretty socialized at that point.
I don't mean just from the social. I just mean like
schooling,
structuring, going from a fairly, because like the positives about, at least from what I've read and what I understand for people who I knew who were homeschooled, the positives are we are more evolved as a species to learn in that kind of environment.
Yes.
We are not evolved to sit still at a desk under fluorescent lights.
Around 32 kids.
So it's just, I mean, so coming from that environment into that structure, not from a social aspect, just from a like,
it was.
It's weird.
I think realizing how far back I was as far as schooling specifically, like I got through the school, but like it was pretty clear that like other kids were at a different level and I was just getting by. But that
well, you could play the fucking drums.
But I could play the drums, man. So yeah, it was literally like that freshman year, good year. Looking back on it, you don't realize, but when everything started to go like this, but freshman year, the day after Christmas break, my parents tell us that they're splitting up. I get through the back half of that freshman year, everything's still fine. And then, dude, from my senior year, from the first day of my sophomore year until I left high school was absolute drag out hell. I would have ran away if I could have anywhere else. I didn't want to be in school. I didn't want to do anything that wasn't have like an instrument in my hand. And I was pretty like, fuck you about it.
Yeah.
Like, that first school I went to, that first real high school I went to, they ended up asking me not to come back. And yeah, we got like a letter 2 weeks before my junior year was supposed to start. And it was like, hey, we're asking you not to come back. And it was like, whoa.
So what happens in that moment? Was that like,
What did I do?
no, I mean, was there like a family like powwow about that? Or was it like,
My dad walked in the house. He opened up a letter. He told me to come into the sunroom where he was in. And he sat me down on the couch and said, read this letter. And yeah. And I mean, dude, like I deserved it.
yeah,
I was not present in any way, shape, or form. At that school, they had such a tight knit thing. Like there was no like I couldn't skip class. I didn't have a car. Like I wasn't of age yet or anything. But like there was no getting out of campus, and there wasn't anywhere to go on campus. So I mean, it was just I just turned off. I would just turn off, and I refused to do homework. Refused to do tests. I mean, like teacher would put down a test. I would sign my name, wait 10 minutes, and I would go and give him a test that was empty. And
so obviously
yeah.
you're going through some stuff.
Yeah. And I think at the time I just don't like school. I hate school. I just want to go play music. It's like there's for sure.
There's a lot of people who like doing things more than school.
Yes.
But they still do the school.
They figure out how to do the school. And dude, my dad dealing with and my mom, but my dad and I were together in the house, just me and him, like him dealing with that. I can't imagine what that was like. Because you're also, I mean, I'm sure what is my son about to do? Is he about to end up in a ditch? Because he's not giving a shit about anything. And then also like, hey, I booked a gig. What are you going to do? Ground me and not let me go to the gig? Like, I mean, he could have, but it was kind of like, okay, well, he's doing this stuff and he's working and he's making some money over here too, but he's not doing his schoolwork. You know,
I mean, at least you were it was a productive thing.
Who knows what I would have done if I didn't have that. So I get kicked out of the first school, and then I'll shout them out by name because they honestly probably saved my life. But New Garden Friends School in Greensboro, and the principal there was a guy named Daryl Cotton at the time, and it was a Quaker school. So like from the very first off, they had no reason to let me in being expelled from another school. And I mean, they really did. That whole place probably saved my life. But they were so patient with me. And from the first day, I remember they did 10 minutes of silence, I think every morning. So it wasn't that big of a school, like maybe like 100 kids. And we'd all meet up in the common area. And then the principal, Daryl, would give his announcements in person, like yelling to everybody. Mm-hmm. And, well, not yelling, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he would give a meaning for why we were going to have a moment of silence that day. And sometimes there wasn't a reason. It was just, so thankful for this beautiful day. Let's have a moment of silence. And then 100 14 to 18-year-olds would go quiet for 10 minutes. That's pretty powerful.
That is, yeah.
Yeah. And then on Fridays, you would meet with the middle school and elementary school at the, I can't remember what it's called, but it's the church, the Quaker church. And you would all do that together. Mm-hmm. So now talk about 400 or 500 kids that are all quiet for 10 or 15 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say that I was much of a better student at that school, but they understood what I was going through in some sort of way. Not that it was even talked about, but they understood what was going on. and sympathized in some way and gave me a lot of slack, like a lot of slack. And I really wouldn't have gotten through high school without them. And then at that time, junior and senior year, now I'm making trips to Nashville. So I'm going back and forth. I'm either flying out, or I just got my Honda Element black Honda Element that's still down there, or I drive out to Nashville. Hound had a place in Nashville at the time. He had just gotten it. So I have a free place to stay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. All I got to do is get out there. And then he was gigging at the time, so I'm able to hang around him. And then the crazy thing is that I can tell this story now, but somewhere towards the end of my senior year, my principal, Daryl, called me into the office, and there was some sort of conversation about, hey, dude, if you get 100 on every single one of your classes and homework assignments and tests from now till the end of the year, you're not going to graduate. So he was like, so here's your options, essentially. You're definitely not going to be able to finish up on time, but you can finish these classes and get your credits on your own time online, but also you're taking time off to go to Nashville. You're not here, you're literally not at school a lot of the times. You're not doing your work, all this stuff. So this is our Hail Mary gift to you. You can finish these remaining courses up online, and you have to get a really good grade in them. And if you don't finish that up by December of this year, you have to come back and finish your senior year. And I was like, I've already signed a lease in Nashville in July. And he was like, well, I hope you don't have to come back. So I moved to Nashville without having my high school diploma, and finished up online while working out here.
Damn.
In my first 6 months, from July to December. And then that started my Nashville journey.
Holy shit, dude.
Which I definitely don't suggest. Really bad way of doing it.
Yeah.
But, that school was just amazing.
That's great. Good on them for having for having that level of empathy and being
I'm sure by the end of it, it was get this kid out of here.
Yeah. They're because we really don't want him to have to come back.
Want him to have to come back, man. Dude, I would have nightmares about, every once in a while, I'll still get one.
Where you didn't finish your...
I'll get a call, and I have to go back and finish my senior year, and I'm like, just take it.
I don't know what that is. It's weird. I have nightmares sometimes, and my wife also does this. I'll have nightmares where it's I'm still in school, and it's the end of the year, and I realize there was a class I was supposed to have been going to.
Oh, dude.
And I wasn't. And so... And I failed or whatever.
Dude.
I have dreams like that about
that. Now I just have that same one, but it's with whole set lists.
Ooh.
Like what we were talking about earlier. You're at changeover and they put down a set list and you've never seen a single one of those songs before.
You're giant steps? Fuck. Okay, so we are, holy shit, dude.
Are we rolling?
We're on an hour and 55 minutes and we haven't talked about Nashville at all. Okay, let's do. I have to pee really bad.
I do too. You go first.
So let's do that. Actually, you can use this one. I'll use the one. All right. Bladder's emptied.
Bladder's empty.
There we go.
Right here. That's good.
Perfect.
Dude, sorry, I'm taking a side note. I was watching sports on the tour bus.
Uh-huh.
And the dude like some huge show, very high budget, and he had an RE20, and it was like this, and I was just like, really, guy, like ESPN, we don't have the budget for a guy to be in the room and go, hey,
Yeah.
just go like
Yeah.
that.
Someone with a just a little.
Aren't you not supposed to just face right here?
Yeah.
Anyway,
So you're in Nashville.
I'm in Nashville. Where are we? I'm in Nashville.
So you're fresh out of, well, you're still in high school.
Yeah.
So you're finishing high school in Nashville.
In Nashville.
And who out of those guys did you say got you your first gig?
Bobby
McKee. Okay. And so how does that happen? What's that look like?
I moved to town and I get real scared. Yeah, I moved. I had an apartment. And people should know what it used to cost. I got an apartment on the Belmont campus. I wasn't going to Belmont, but it was like there was a Subway and a shoe store, and it was right across.
So it's kind of like student housing,
yes.
but yeah. But you can,
yeah, and it was $500 a month for this studio apartment.
Holy hell, man!
And the ceiling and the walls leaked when it rained. So when you woke up, there would be your floor would have like a puddle in it, and you would like step into like an inch of water if it rained real hard. And there were roaches, and everything about it was bad. But it was a place, and I could smoke cigarettes in there at the time. And it was like, this is my place. And it was about as big as this room with a bathroom and a kitchen. And
but it was yours.
But it was mine, man. Yeah, but I moved to town. My mom and my stepdad James moved me up. We had one of those like budget trucks, and I just remember watching it from like they were in front of me, and I just remember like every time they would go like 70, it would just start like shaking because it couldn't take going fast. Yeah, I had one drum kit, a Pearl Session custom kit.
Nice. 2
snare drums, some sort of brass drum, and then like a Pearl Masters 14x5 maple drum. And a set of cymbals. And I think they were like some Meinl stuff at the time. And I just remember like hugging them goodbye and going inside and sitting on my couch. And I didn't have internet at the time. I didn't have any way to like play anything. So like I didn't have DVDs, but I had like an Xbox or something. It's like the apartment's silent, and I'm just kind of like sitting there, and then, everything, it all hits you. You're like, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm all by myself, and I'm a child, and I don't know what I'm doing. And I have no gigs. Not one. And that's just crazy, man. I haven't thought about a lot of this or in a long time. So the first thing I did was I just hit up, and I had been connecting with guys, letting them know I was going to move to town, but I hit everybody up that I could and said, I'm in town, let me know. And once you do that and you realize that you don't have anything else to do, you start going down the rabbit hole. So like the Nashville Scene was a newspaper, magazine.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still around, Nashville Scene?
I think so, yeah. Okay.
And you could call the Nashville Scene and put in an ad.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd give them your credit card number, and then you'd say, I want to put in an ad for a working musician. Then you literally, I'm a drummer, this is my number, give me a call, blah, blah, blah. So I did like the Nashville Scene. I did something else. I put ads on Craigslist. You're posting on Facebook all the time. And just doing the please hire me for anything thing.
Mm-hmm.
And did like several weird, like, we found you on Craigslist. Could you come and rehearse at our house? And you kind of like show up and you're like, oh, I don't want to be here, but I signed up, so you better have a smile on your face, so they remember you as a nice guy. And like none of those things really like turned into it. Well, none of them turned into anything. But it was just the start. And I remember I didn't have internet at my apartment, and there was a Wendy's close by. So I would go to Wendy's and I would get a cup of water, and I would sit in their parking lot. And maybe that was technically the Vanderbilt campus that the Wendy's was on, because it was on West End, and like right across from the stadium. And I would steal their Wi-Fi, and then I would just go post and try to get anything I could. And then I just got a text one day, from some lady, Erin Michelle, and she said, "Hey, I'm in a bind. I've got to go out and do this run out in Oklahoma and Kansas." And she made it obvious without being rude. Like, this isn't my first choice. Can you please help us out? And she said, I got your number from Bobby McKee. And I remember that first run. That first run was, I think, the Kansas State Fair, and we did 3 shows a day for like a couple days, I think, 2 or 3 days, and then went and did some like bar shows around the thing, or around that area. And I remember the entire weekend paid me $300. And I thought that I had hit the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I was gone for like 5 days and I made $300.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, not thinking about like, well, you paid for all your own food.
Right.
And like, you made like $14.
Yeah.
But Erin ended up coming back into town. She was doing like a residency at the Hard Rock at the time. And that was my first experience with really like, oh, I'm playing with this artist, but there might be a different band every single time. I'm the only regular member.
Mm-hmm.
And through her, a lot of stuff just branched off. You meet this bass player and he wants you to play with this project he's working on, and then so on and so on. And then stuff just started slowly happening, and it was a lot of casino gigs in like Oklahoma and Kansas and Tunica, Mississippi. I was going down to Tunica. I was not allowed because I wasn't 21. Also, talking about a hard thing is getting involved in the music scene here when you're Daniel Donato and you're a virtuoso and everybody kind of knows you're the shit, and you walk into wherever the hell in town, you've got some clout.
Yeah.
When you're a young kid. Like, nobody knew who I was. I wasn't a virtuoso. I didn't have clout. And so I couldn't even get into Broadway bars after 6. So, like, what's the networking like? It's not much.
Yeah. And the gigs that you could take
are
like, yeah.
So honestly, those 3 or 4 years, first 3 or 4 years in town was just like, I mean, grinding by.
Were you having to do other jobs?
No. Which I'm very fortunate.
That is fucking impressive, dude. That you were able to piecemeal together a living. I mean, given all of the parameters around what you were able to do.
Dude, one of the...
I'm not saying...
yeah.
Your playing, I'm sure, was fine. But it's the logistics of,
Yeah.
I can't even be in half the places.
Yeah, man. And, thinking about how broke I was for so long, and even when I think things started kind of like, in quotes, taking off for me, which was several years after that, Oh, dude, I totally forgot what we were talking about. What were we just talking about? I just had the biggest ADD moment. What did you just say?
The parameters around about like that you could make a living.
Yeah, man, being broke.
Yeah, being broke. Yeah.
Dude, I think it was just stubbornness.
Uh-huh.
Like, I literally think it was just stubbornness. I remember my stepdad wrote me a letter when he left, and it was essentially like a list of things that he thought that I should do. And one of which was go get a day job. And it wasn't necessarily for money. It was just something to do, and you're going to meet people. I still look back at that and go, I should have done that. You know? But at the time, I was so dead set on
I'm going to be a musician.
my taxes are going to say musician, you know? And honestly, I probably shot myself in the foot a good bit, because there was plenty of cases where I didn't want to go do a one-off in Nebraska for $175, and it's going to be 3 days of me being gone. But I had to, or I wasn't going to make my rent. That was pretty much nothing anyway, you know? Dude, also, I think when you're that young, you can will some stuff into the universe. And like, if you want to be hungry and like, you don't have a child, you don't have a girl that you're like an actual like partner you're sharing bills with and stuff, like you can not eat. You can choose to spend your money on beer and cigarettes instead of food, or do this or that. And having that ability was great. Cheap housing. I wasn't responsible for anybody, you know, and you could kind of get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
ramen goes a long way when you're 18.
Ramen goes a long way, man. But dude, I love cooking now. I don't think I would have gotten into cooking if I didn't have to. Because you're like, oh, how do I make this? I've tasted this salt packet of ramen for the 400th time. Like, how do I do something else with that?
Right.
You know? And then it's fun. How do I make a nice meal with like not that much money? And, you know, anyway.
So when you say things started to like take off,
Yeah.
you're talking about really slightly more stability and better gigs after being here for like what, 4 years?
4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you feel like was like a turning point of sorts?
Dude, we've talked so much about Hound. I can say this, man, I there's a lot of things that went into this, but I think for those first few years, I remember moving to town and saying my only goal is to make a living as a musician, right? And then you kind of do that in some way or another, even though my bar was very low and my lifestyle, I mean, I was well below the poverty line. Fuck, I'm getting tired. I'm having an ADD moment again. What'd you just say?
Turning point?
Turning point. What did I just say?
Well,
fuck.
You
too much coffee, and then yeah, now I'm getting sidetracked. Fuck.
No, you said that like something about Hound.
Yeah.
You were starting to say something about Hound.
Shoot.
Like you said, we've been talking about Hound a lot.
Yes.
And then
oh, you were talking about turning points and stuff like that. I don't even remember where I was going to go, but I'll go on the Hound thing because I can remember the Hound thing. But dude, I was trying so. Oh, I was going to say you were trying to make it as a musician. Like you have a thing in your head of like, well, I just want to be a musician. And then you file taxes and it says musician, and then you know that buzz goes away, and you want to. I moved here. I want to do some stuff. You know. And at that time, I was a Hound Brown clone, and not a good one. Like, you can't be, you can study Hendrix all you want, but you're never going to be that.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a point to find who I was as a player. And I entered this like second childhood playing phase, where I think I was playing so much at the time as my job, I had kind of lost, I wouldn't say I lost the love for it, but the joy, like I wasn't dying to play my instrument when I got home, and I wasn't waking up going, God, I just want to play the drums,
Yeah.
And
so how did you get that back?
Yeah, I was shedding all the time with no purpose, and it was awesome. Like, I wasn't trying to learn tunes. I wasn't trying to sound like anybody. I was letting myself make mistakes. And I think in finding myself as a player, I started finding myself more as a man, probably, and as an adult. And the thing started to happen where, it used to be like, okay, let's say you have 10 gigs this month. Hopefully a couple of those are repeat customers, because a majority of those, you're either going to be subbing in, or they're going to be quick in and out gigs, or you're playing with this Tootsies band and they're going to have a different drummer every month, or whatever, and that was dude, I'm blanking so hard.
You're good, bro.
What were we just saying?
You're talking about you might have 10 gigs that you're...
Oh yeah, so you might have like a certain percentage of that is a repeat customer that calls you back. And it started happening where, it was like most of the gigs I was on, they start calling back.
Right.
And I started hearing less of like drummer complaints. Like, every drummer hates hearing that they're too loud all the time. It's their drums. They're loud,
Yeah.
But there's obviously a point in which it's too much. But all of a sudden I started hearing less of like that stuff even. Like,
do you think it was that you were actually calibrating?
I think I was becoming a professional.
Right.
Like, I think that was it. I was, first off, I had been in town for 4 or 5 years, and my ego had officially been buried in the ground. I didn't have the biggest gig in Nashville. I didn't have the biggest gig on Broadway. I didn't have the biggest gig at Tunica Gold Strike Casino. And it was like, I think it took that to go like, you aren't shit. So figure it out, And I think that was a big turning point where things started to change. And I started really caring about my appearance. I wasn't just showing up in like the cigarette hold t-shirt with the jeans I haven't washed in 3 weeks, being like, yeah, man, let's go play Mustang Sally, kind of like, you want to be the guy, be the guy. And things just started happening. And then there was an artist in town that was kind of taken off in the Americana world at the time, named Christian Lopez. And I was gigging with this bass player that I had always heard about, Jason Navo, but I had never gotten to play with him. And we did a gig together. He asked me to come in and audition for this kid. I had heard his name, but I didn't really know who he was. Got the audition. And that was the first time that it was like, you're playing original music every night. You're on retainer. So your bills are going to get paid. And we're not on some fancy bus, but we own this vehicle and trailer, or they do.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I'm getting into every day. And here's your schedule, man, for the next 9 months. Like, you don't have to worry. And
Man, what's that like? What's that?
Yeah.
What like like that's
Like
a
that feeling?
pretty big difference.
Wild.
Yeah.
I hope I don't fuck it up. That's kind of the
Uh-huh.
okay, well, let me make sure I'm there. Dude, Christian Lopez is one of the most talented artists that I've ever been around. And he's still doing his thing and rocking. But one of the things that he really gave that band was leeway for us to become who we were. I look back at videos of me playing with Christian at the time, and like, I'm a little embarrassed. I was hitting so hard. I was breaking 3 or 4 sticks a night. Yeah. And he wanted me to do it. He wanted me to play as loud as I possibly could, which is hilarious because it was like an Americana trio.
That is funny.
Yeah. And we were playing like Rockwood Music Hall in New York City to like 175 people. And I'm like, wow. But he really let me and that bass player do us.
Mm-hmm.
So I really found out who I was and who I could be during that time. And that gig was pretty short-lived. It was probably maybe a little over a year or something like that. And then when I decided to leave that gig, I came back to my freelancing career with the phone ringing, which was very nice.
There you go.
Yeah. And it wasn't all the stuff I had just been doing. It was specifically artist gigs and playing original music.
Okay, talk about how that felt, that transitional period where you're going from fill-in gigs, hustling, obviously playing a lot of covers. There's a ton of cover gigs around here and out of town. I mean, a lot of those casino gigs, those end up being cover gigs.
Yeah, and that was most of what I was doing was out of town cover gigs. Yeah.
So what did it feel like transitioning to you're now playing a creative role?
Yeah.
Like it is your job to fulfill a creative position in these original bands. What does that do to your mindset?
Dude, I don't mean this as a cop-out, but I think I had been waiting for it so long that I jumped in and was ready for it. But honestly, I think it's one of those things, kind of jokingly earlier, I think it's one of those things where you get scared and you kind of, okay, I'm here. This is what you asked for. Like, let's step up to the plate and do it. And then that was my first time really towing the line. Before I'm going to learn a song, first off, there's 95 songs to learn for this 4-hour set. I can't learn all these like the back of my hand, especially if I'm subbing in for people. So like I'm doing the best I can. I'm not going to play everything note for note like the record.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you're my friend Clark Singleton on bass, that dude can probably play every song on Broadway on drums better than me and know it note for note. But I think that was my first real lesson in knowing your stuff and when to talk about the creative stuff and when not to talk about the creative stuff. Like, yes, you are a creative part of this, but you're still a hired gun.
Okay, so talk about walking that line a little bit, because that's an interesting place to be too.
Yeah, man, I think that there's an art to playing a record the way that it's supposed to be played, signature fills and all, and still making it you. And I think around that time, what was starting to happen was I felt like I was finally getting a little bit of validation for just being me.
Mm-hmm.
And I could play something that was pretty much like the record, but it wasn't going to feel exactly like the record because I'm not Jerry Rowe, you know? And I wish I was. But yeah, figuring out how to toe that line and also keep pushing your boundaries. So, okay, so you're having to learn these parts exactly like the record because now it's the first time where you're in a venue where people are air drumming.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they remember that one fill going into the last chorus after the down section or whatever. And like you miss it and you just saw 4 dads air drum and it didn't line up and they all like got sad. You know?
Yeah.
So like, but that was also the first introduction into, oh, somebody sent me the stems from the record. What? You're going to send me the recordings of some of the most recorded drummers ever, but in Nashville, and I'm going to get to like solo kick drum. And then like, or maybe it's just a stereo drum stem. Like
Still just being able to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and hearing how that lines up to a click.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, like the learning process, you know, now you think you're finding it and you haven't found it. And now you're going back in and like learning all that stuff again and realizing like how much these guys are playing with the click, you know, like, okay, I just soloed up Jerry Rowe's drum part and he's not bearing the click. And that's not because he can't. It's because he's making a conscious decision to follow something else or take the emotion in a different direction. Mm-hmm. And yeah, the schooling process started all over. Now it's like, okay, now I've been in town 4 or 5 years and I've kind of got that under my belt and I don't know how to do this thing. So now I have to figure out how to do this thing.
And it's a leveling up process.
Yeah.
So what's really funny to me, so you would have been 22,
23.
Okay. So I want you to think back to the story that you told earlier of you and Hound when you were like, what, 18, saying like, if a national act called me up, like right now, what? So do you think you're actually approaching that
at that time? Yes.
Yeah.
At that time. 5 years later, whatever it was. Yes.
Yeah. So reflecting back on that, how's that? How's that feel? Remember, it's really funny though. Yeah. It's funny because we were talking about like the Dunning-Kruger effect, and like you were still on the way up to that first trough, and then like,
yeah, man.
And then you were talking about how like realizing I'm not shit.
Yeah.
And then you have to sit in that for a while.
Yeah.
And then the real opportunity comes.
Yeah.
And you're on your way back up, and it's like you're not you're able to acknowledge how much you still have to learn.
Yeah. But
you're being given the opportunity to do it.
Yeah. And I think you have to go through those. You definitely have to go through those. Oh, you're really not shit. Dude, I remember sorry, this is kind of off topic. I remember Fiddle and Steel was a bar in Printer's Alley. And I was like 19 or 20. And there was a guy named Bobo Benefield, I believe that was his name. Very nice guy. Drummer down he was the house drummer at the time. And I remember Dink Cook was playing bass, who was Toby Keith's longtime bass player. I kind of had this killer house band set up, but it was a jam night. So you'd watch 30, 45 minutes of them slay, and then you'd go sign up, right? So I remember going and signing up, and for like a couple weeks, I never got called. And I remember literally watching them like skip over my name. Like, they would see, and like they're going to go to their name of like maybe their buddy that signed up or whatever. And I'd leave after a while. I was so shy. I was like, I'm not going to sit here for 3 hours, you know, in this bar that I'm like not technically supposed to be at, that the bartender allowed me to because she's taking pity on me. And I remember they called me, "Hey, Cameron McClaren." And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna crush this. And I walk up there. This is such a silly moment now. And they call out, "Don't Stop Believing." I didn't know it. All the casino gigs I was doing and all, I just didn't know it. And I didn't have any cover experience back home. So I was still in this process of learning all these, like, these are the Nashville songs, you know? And they were like, "Don't Stop Believing." And I was like, and I saw Bobo, the drummer. He went, "I'll sing it." And I think that was his way of being like, "Well, I'll coach you along if I can be on stage with you," which was very nice of him. And it was a dumpster fire.
Oh.
And I didn't know all the licks. He's trying to mime to me, like, what is each, like all these signature
and
parts.
that's like a pretty signature drum part.
Oh yeah, you know that big swell, and it goes, "Oh, bop, bop." I remember like hitting it on the wrong. It was like a quarter note before or something, and then like the whole band just kind of like looking at me. And then I remember my buddy Larry Kraft, who I'd gone there with. I got off stage after that song. Also, it's classic Jam. Like, if they like you, they're gonna let you sit it. They're gonna like, "Hey, play another one."
But
and they were like, "Thanks, Cam."
cool, yeah.
Like, sounded great. And I get off stage, and Larry was like, "Sounded great, Cam." I was like, "Fuck you,
Dude." That is funny. The Jam thing, where it's like, they'll be like, "Oh,
yeah,
buddy,
dude.
Oh man."
Yeah. Well, so yeah, it's interesting thinking about those two very different time periods, you know.
So you're off of the Christian Lopez gig,
Yeah.
but now you're getting calls for original artists gigs, and you're 22, 23.
Yeah, it's a lot of like developmental deals at the time. And or people that they've got their first tour, and honestly it might be their only tour of the year. So you're going to go out and you're going to do like 2 weeks, and you're going to get off and you're going to go play with somebody else. And the Christian Lopez gig was no click, no in-ears. Everything before that, I would run a click, but it was kind of like, it was like cover band style. It was very like, you know, I might have click on this song. I might not have click on this song. Also, I'm the only one hearing the click, you know? And when I got thrown off of that cliff, and I'm just making sure I'm surviving, it was pretty apparent that I didn't know as much as I thought I did when it came to like drum technology.
Okay.
Running tracks, running a click in a professional and consistent way, getting good sounds that out of a click or a drum machine that people actually want to listen to, that they're not going to hate you for. And running samples off an SPDSX, or at the time it would have been like an SPDS. I'm dating myself, but maybe the SPDSX has just came around, but yeah, that was my first. That was a very eye-opening thing into like, oh, I'm either gonna not work or I'm gonna work,
or you're gonna figure out how to do that stuff.
Yeah, like I don't have an option. Like I can't,
especially for the next level things, where it's like if you're gonna be on a national touring act, they're probably gonna be running some tracks. Yeah, and that means you're gonna be running the tracks.
And there was probably a more than a handful of situations that I was dealt a crumbling cookie that I didn't know that I was at the time, but like, hey, we want you to fire all the samples, kind of like the record. And I'd be like, oh, do you have any of those samples? No. Okay. So now we're going to find samples and we're going to download them onto the pad, or we're going to actually record samples onto the pad straight up. And now figure out how to incorporate that. Or we're running tracks. We don't have a session built. Here's 400 stems. And you're like, okay. And you just figure it out.
So does your willingness to be that guy who will figure that stuff out lead to more and better calls?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So this is a part, kids, where it's not necessarily about your chops or your ability to play the instrument. It's also about your ability to show up professionally and be in a previous episode. I was talking to a producer who had interviewed Andrew Sheps.
Oh yeah, Andrew Sheps.
Yeah. And Andrew's thing was be willing to take a gig where it feels like you're treading in water that you could drown in, but you can see the shore.
Oh wow, what a great analogy. Yes.
And so there is an art to knowing what that looks like for you, given your skill set. And that seems like you were kind of in that period.
And I think, again, if those cards had been dealt when maybe I was 18, I would have, who knows, maybe I wouldn't have been able to do that. But it's interesting. Like, I look back now and I say, like, maybe I should have stayed in Greensboro for a couple years and, like, developed how to be an adult. It's like, well, things happen for a reason. Things are on a good timeline most of the time. That started opening up the door. And the reality was, I think I just started learning was nobody really wants to hear you why you can't do something. Doesn't matter if they gave you shit puzzle pieces all over the floor and you're the one picking them up and they don't realize that they gave you those. Something that they don't realize is they gave you all these shit puzzle pieces and you're going to come in and crush the gig. And because they gave you all those shit puzzle pieces, maybe you don't give them the opportunity to play with you anymore. Mm-hmm. So this was great, but you're showing me how your camp operates. Mm-hmm. I don't really want to be a part of that. So I'm going to go on and do my other thing. But their experience with you was good. Now, if I would have walked in there and gone, your manager didn't send me the stems properly. I don't have any other record samples. You've changed the set list 5 times on me. Blah, 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 blah. They just go, God, Cam's kind of an asshole.
Yeah.
Instead of, no, let's get through this. And I don't want you to, the minute that I think an artist is thinking, does the guy behind me, whether it's guitar or bass, do they have it together? Are they panicking? Like that, then the artist isn't doing their job fully. Mm-hmm. Like, you need to be in a situation where you're giving the appearance that everything is going to be okay and you got their back. And even if they start panicking, like, it's all good, man. I'm here for you. And
yeah. Like, the band's going to be fine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're like, dude, if I have to kill these tracks, everything's good. We're dude, my friend Steven Metz, old tour manager for Larry Fleet and great keyboard player and an artist in his own right. He would hate me for saying this because I'm saying his name at all and he doesn't like attention. But Steven's thing was, this was actually a positive, but he would go, just remember, this is before a show, he goes, nothing matters and nobody cares. And it's like,
you're like, oh yeah.
But like, when you kind of get over that, and like, when I stop having a panic attack because I'm afraid that my sample pad is going to die because I can't afford a new one and it's already 9 years outdated, but the show relies on these samples and maybe I don't get called back if this dies. Like,
yeah. Okay. All right. Then I won't get called back on this gig.
And I'm still going to crush it and I'm going to be a nice guy. And, hopefully you don't think I'm a jerk.
And dude, like, what's funny to me, even so many times in my life, I have zoomed out and said, what is the worst case scenario?
Yeah.
And I feel like my worst case scenario is I have a nervous breakdown on stage
Yeah.
and like lose out this big gig opportunity.
Yeah.
And my wife leaves me and I'm like living in my car.
Yeah.
I'm like, as long as I have a guitar at all,
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to figure out how to eat.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Everything else is just butter. It's like, you know what I'm saying? If you really look, okay, if I end up, and like you can play a bunch of instruments, you know your way around the recording studio and all this stuff, like so many things could be taken from you and you still have that skill set. It's like, and you got to earn those things.
Yeah.
But once they're there, people can't take it from you.
Yeah.
So worst case scenario is almost never that bad.
It's almost never that bad.
So, okay. So you're learning more how to be a band leader.
Yeah.
And having, you know, you've gotten command of the kit. Yeah. And now it's like, I have command of the stage.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. No, no, that makes sense.
But the ability to, if the artist that you're working with can go, it's okay, Cam's got it.
Yeah.
That's that's
the goal.
That's another level.
Yeah, man.
So what starts happening then? So now you're like 23. Where does it go from there?
Then it's just grind.
But you're grinding, but at a different level. Yeah.
Yeah. Cover work was becoming less frequent. Although I still really liked it, and I kind of honestly at the time missed playing with some of those guys, and still do. But cover work was becoming less frequent, and it was more original work and more like actual tours. And that, there was like another 5-year long freelance period, but in between there were some, in between there were many gigs that I was the full-time guy on. Mm-hmm. But, we might do, I've had this gig for 5 years, but, we might only do 20 shows a year. Mm-hmm. You string up 3 or 4 killer artists that are all doing like 10 to 15 shows a year. Like, you're starting to make a living.
Yeah.
The hard part is balancing all of those when like this one's kind of taken off and this one's not, but you kind of love this one, but maybe, and then now you're like playing Jenga and you're like trying to predict the fate and the world and and then
that's got to be tough.
You have to, you let all that go and like, but that's one of my favorite parts of all this is like, one of the favorite things I love about the road is like watching people that are, this guy that might be opening up with the act that I'm playing with, like we could be opening up for them. And like, that's fucking cool. Mm-hmm. And seeing how fast those things can change, but yeah, so those few years were tough. And so I'll say this, the pandemic was another probably saved my life, and probably be fair to talk about this, but during those first 8, 9, 10 years in Nashville, I was an alcoholic, and I was learning to. I was too good at doing my job while I was drinking. Like, I think a lot of musicians are. And the bad moments were few and far between, so I could talk myself into thinking that, like this was, I'm okay.
I feel like I went through a similar thing.
Yeah.
But I never had a thing where like I drank so much that it would have been warranted for them to fire me.
Yeah, yeah.
But I drank enough that I probably shouldn't have driven home, and I did.
Yes. And do those
And it's
Those are
it's
scary.
easy to do that. It's so easy to, when it isn't a catastrophe,
Yes.
you can tell yourself, this is just the life.
Yeah. Um, and dude, the pandemic probably saved my life again. I was so tired. Like, I can't really put myself into that mind frame of how tired I was. But at that point, I had felt like I had been in Nashville a good while, and um, I was definitely the classic, like, I was, 25, 26, 27, and I looked like I was a lot older because I was smoking a lot, I was drinking a lot, and I was on the road a lot. Uh, and you don't realize that you're like coping with things.
Mm-hmm.
And so I remember, dude, my 2020 was slammed. Like, I remember having like, it would have been like February through August. Like, and as a freelancer, having that booked out that way, that far in advance was like, whoa. But I just remember I was like slammed. Um, and also it was the first point in my career I was learning that I needed to start saying no. Like, you're taking on too much work, and you're also taking on an amount of work that you can't put your best foot forward anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just showed up to somebody's gig and didn't learn the songs because you literally didn't have time. That's not their fault. You should have recommended a friend that would have appreciated that money, would have killed the gig, and probably would have kept that gig, which would have benefited them because you don't have the time to keep that gig. But instead, my ego made me take that gig, and I fucked it up. And we got along, but maybe they don't want to call me the next time because of that.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, like, I have to be on every time. So now it's like, now you're like starting to make money, and you're having to turn down money.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the best thing ever. It was like it was the best thing to just start. I don't have time. I can't put my energy into this. So anyway, it was around that time, and March of 2020, I walk into SIR room 1, whatever the big room is, either room 1 or room 4, the room in the back. And I was playing with this duo at the time, and one of the duo partners walks in, and he goes, "Well, y'all ready to rehearse for some shit that's not about to happen?" And I was like, I don't watch the news. I don't have it on my phone. I don't think I had cable. Like, I was not up to date on what was happening. And I was like, what's happening, man?"
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, the world's shutting down.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Really? They start talking about like COVID. I'm like, what the fuck is COVID? And so we rehearsed for the gig, and like maybe the next day, we're supposed to play at the Bridgestone to do some thing for the SEC basketball tournament. And like that morning, we get a text, and it's like, yeah, this gig's canceled.
Along with basketball season.
Along with basketball season. And by the end of that day, my entire year was canceled. And talk about panic, dude.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Like, because at the time we didn't know if we were going to get like unemployment or like benefits or hands out.
Oh, I remember that time.
Yeah, man. You don't know. And I remember having like okay, I got Broadway. And then I called a friend, Stephen Miller, who was running a band called Papa Bear and the Love Den. Or maybe I just texted him, and he said something about like, yeah, man, this is all shutting down. Like, this isn't going to be here. And then you start really freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, in 2020, I stopped drinking about 6 months after that, and started walking every day with my dog and played the most that I had played recreationally because I wasn't really working.
Yeah.
And which that started a journey of like the kind of that third half of really finding yourself as a musician. And that whole year, 9 months, however much we were off, was like the biggest blessing. I remember literally, it was within a week or two of like the whole country getting shut down or world. I remember the girl I was dating with, or I was dating at the time, we were living together, and I remember I came home from some run on tour somewhere, and I came home, and I just dropped my bags, and I just sat on the edge of the bed, and I just like was like not there, just totally not there. And I remember her coming over and just going like, "Everything okay?" And I just started crying. And I just remember going, "I'm just fucking tired." And that was all I just kept saying. I was like, "I'm just fucking tired." And it was one of those weird, like, you're starting to get to the point where you want to be. But now you're like, you're not 18. Like you've been riding hard for the last several years, and you're tired, and you're not getting a break. You're not giving yourself a break. You also can't afford to take a break. So you're just you just feel like, what's about to happen kind of thing. And that was the closest I ever felt to like burning out. And then the pandemic happened, and it was just amazing.
Wow.
Like stopping drinking. Also, I was living with my best friend, Danny Halpern, at the time, and Danny's presence on Earth on a day-to-day basis was so helpful. Me and him went on a lot of walks too. And we were living in Whites Creek at the time, and there's so many trails over there. And yeah, and then I remember things like started picking back up, and I remember being honestly bummed. Oh shit, oh, gotta start working again. You know.
So when things, well, actually, let's like linger on that, because like I don't really drink anymore, almost at all. Like occasionally. Occasionally, when we're on Broadway, someone will buy the band a shot. And I'll take the one shot, and I'm like, oh God. And then I'm like, now I'm just impaired. You know? Like not drunk enough to be having fun, but enough to be like, I am at a deficit. Like,
yeah.
Like just enough to be like, well, I'm a little slower than I was 20 minutes ago. But if you'd have told me when I was 21, there will be a time where you like don't enjoy drinking anymore, and you just choose not to.
I never would have thought.
I really would not. It's just been such an ingrained part of the culture from the time that I was a small kid.
Yeah, man.
And I think figuring out a way, I don't know, figuring out a way that you can still go out, you can still have a good time, and realizing it doesn't depend on it being impaired.
Yeah.
And in fact, I feel like I have more fun when I'm out without it.
And when your body is telling you you've had enough, it's actually had enough. Like you've been out hanging out with your buddies, and you're having a sober good time. And then your body's like, hey, I think I'm done. Like, that means you're fucking done.
Right. Right. You're like, I am tired, and I will go to bed now.
Yeah.
You're not like, fill it up again. You know?
Dude, the gig I'm on now with Larry Fleet is a really great environment for that. I think when I stopped drinking, I had to realize Okay, there's no, not that I wanted to, but there's no situation that you're going to walk into and go, "Hey guys, I'm not drinking. I don't want anybody to drink." Like
No.
dude, you are in the music business. Not only the music business, you are in country music, where the entire culture is revolved around drinking and getting fucked up on a Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
That is what.
Where like you have a drinking game about how many times the word whiskey appears in the song.
Yeah, man. Like that, you're not going to get that out of any, out of the regular.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like that all the time. But the gig I'm on right now, Larry has a no substances before the show, and dude, I know everybody's different, but not everybody in that band is a non-drinker. Most people in that band drink. Actually, all the people in the band drink. But knowing that you're getting on stage and everybody, for good or for worse, everybody's on the same level. Okay, we all just came in from Australia and we didn't get to see our wives and girlfriends, and we immediately got on a bus and we went to some gig, and we're all tired, and let's be honest, we don't want to be here, and we're all in a bad mood, and we're getting ready to go on stage. Well, at least we're not fucked up and fighting each other.
Yeah.
And we're all on a collective plane going into battle on this stage together.
Mm-hmm.
And
you're feeling every bit of it.
Yeah. And 100% of the time, your day gets better.
Yeah. And there's something so what I noticed, man, and dude, I was using alcohol to mask an anxiety problem.
Same.
Forever.
Yeah, man.
Didn't realize that.
Yeah.
And I tell this story all the time to people who are listening to this podcast. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, fucking do something new. But I had a panic attack at a gig, a very low pressure gig.
Yeah.
And like couldn't finish it. Went home, didn't get paid.
Yeah.
Told them I wasn't feeling well, which was true.
Yeah.
And this was on my wife's birthday. She had come with me to this gig.
Yeah.
And I just started, like, my hands just stopped working, bro.
Dude.
I was playing You Are the Sunshine of My Life. Like finger style. That. Like, because it's kind of like almost like a bossa nova kind of feel, the Stevie Wonder tune.
Yeah.
And like, my hands stopped working and my voice started feeling it was like just choking. Like I couldn't speak.
Yeah.
Much less sing.
Yeah.
And the more it went wrong, the more like, holy shit, this is falling apart was happening in my brain.
Oh, yeah.
And so it just kind of spirals out of control. Yeah. And I like made it through half of the song and ended on the chorus. And then I was like, okay, all right, like just take a drink of water. And then I went to go try to start the next song and just like couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I realized that had come close to happening, but I'd had a couple beers.
Yeah.
Because there were some moments where I felt like almost like faint in the middle of a gig.
Yeah.
But I'd had a couple of beers, so it didn't like
dude,
spiral out of control.
Dude, it's interesting how, and again, I think for musicians, I mean, any creative person, even if we're not that type of person, substances are idolized and put as fuel. We're artists and we're struggling creatures and all this stuff. But dude, I had a very similar experience where like I never really understood the word anxiety like on a real level, other than like I'm anxious.
Yeah, people get anxious.
Yeah.
If you have a big gig and it's like, well, yeah, you're going to feel kind of nervous or whatever. Yeah. But there's a difference in that and like, I can't do it.
And man, I would say within like 2 weeks of me stopped drinking, I had my first panic attack.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just sitting on my house or my couch in Whites Creek. And I just remember being by myself, and it was as horrible of a moment as it was. I was like realizing what was happening. Just like, oh, you've been drinking since you were a kid, and you haven't really played gigs much where you were sober, especially in Nashville. Like, so you've been in Nashville how long, and you haven't played sober since you've been here, and now you're living without it, and this is what your brain is actually like. Have fun. You know, and it's like, I mean, the easiest thing, which, you know, we can fall into the trap to is, well, let's just put the Band-Aid on it because that's easy. And like, you can get a 12 pack for $11 or whatever. And I had a very real, at my point in my life, at that spot, I had a very real, you're not going to go anywhere past where you are right now if you don't figure this shit out. You know, like in your personal life, in your career. And the minute I stopped, it was just kind of like, or well, not the minute I stopped, because it was several months before I really start working, but also talk about a blessing that was, being able to stop, figure out your shit, and then go work.
Yeah.
Like, but dude, I tell this story a lot. There was an artist, well, she's still killing it, Alana Springsteen.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I started playing with Alana when she was like 16, I think. I remember my first experience with her, we were in like the back room of SIR. It's a really tiny room. And I had a Tama rhythm watch, and we're playing cover tunes for the Wild Horse. And this is her first time with a band, and like her own band. And I go to fire the click for the first song, and I don't even count it off. And I go, click, 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 and she just starts playing the first song along to it, like unprompted. And she's like burying the click like she's like a professional session player. And I was like, who is this chick? And she was just awesome. And a real joy to play with. And I played with her for the next few years. And she allowed me to come into the studio a couple times. And the first time that she called me in, her producer calls me in, and it's the pandemic. And he was like, hey man, can you come in and do this session? And I was like, yep, absolutely. So go down there, and the first session was like, I was figuring out how to play sober. And it went in a way where I was like, I don't think they're going to call me back for this other session work. And not that it was like some bad thing. We got everything we needed, but it was just like, I did not play at the level that I should have been playing at. And that was just me. It was an overdub session. So luckily it was in closed quarters, you know.
This wasn't happening in front of
yes
the whole band or something.
No.
Yeah.
And so they call me in again, and dudes are in the room. Like dudes. And I thought it was just like an overdub thing again. And I see all these backline cases with like all these guys' names on it, and I'm like, oh, got it. And in some of these dudes, which were like becoming future like session legend guys, and like you just kind of knew that that's where they were headed. And dude, I shit the bed. Just like did not feel good. Was slow on the up. They were calling stuff and what'd you say? Where? You know, I was just like not there. And I just remember feeling like I left there just like you have those moments where you go, oh, you know, you feel or you play the way you feel as a professional where you're like, and then you have those moments where you're like, have I been doing anything for the last 10 years? What the fuck just happened? And that was one of those moments. And I was like, well, surely they're not going to call me back again. Well, they call me back again. And it's like a slightly different band and it goes great.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
It probably didn't actually go as bad as you perceived.
As you thought it did. Yeah. Which I hope that that's the case. But dude, realizing in those moments, the vulnerability in you are now operating as a human without help.
Dude, it's so fucking heavy, bro.
And like,
it's so heavy. Like,
cause like if that would have been, if I would have gotten that call a year earlier, this is embarrassing to say, but if it was a 10 a.m. session, I would have had a beer before I left the house. You know, I wouldn't have been messed up, but like I would have had the nerves kind of at bay and not even realizing that that's what you were doing.
Yeah.
And then now all of a sudden you don't have your blankie and you don't realize that you don't have your blankie and you're just like, it's cold in here, man.
Dude, Bree and I decided we were taking the entire year of 2024 off from drinking, and we did.
Wow.
But I did my show at the Paramount.
Yeah.
During that time.
Yeah.
And there were moments where I would be at like a solo gig and there's this, I don't know, the anxiety is weird. And I feel like what you were describing in those sessions where it's like your brain was in like fight or flight mode out of like, I know I don't have this thing that I would lean on and holy shit, who's in this room right now?
Yeah.
And you did the session, but like every little thing that you perceive to have gone wrong, you're like, you're perseverating on it the whole time. And like, I've been at gigs, solo gigs at like a brewery in Raleigh where it doesn't matter. Like it does in the grand scheme of life. I'm background noise. It's whatever.
Yeah.
But, and I'll be playing something that I've played like a million times. And like a little thing goes wrong. I didn't hit that chord in the way that I did yesterday that I liked.
Yes.
And today I did it not as good. I wonder if that lady over there who is singing along.
Yeah.
She doesn't know this, but I did this better yesterday.
Yeah.
So this version sucks.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense.
No.
But and like it's going well.
Yeah.
Objectively.
Yeah.
People are participating and it's going well.
Yeah.
And I am suffering. and it's dramatic to say that, but it's like I'm losing my fucking mind.
Yeah.
They don't know that I am.
No.
And they're having a good time.
Yeah.
And I can't.
Yeah.
And I'm playing music. That is a fucking shitty feeling, dude.
Yeah, man.
And like people just don't get it. Like,
and I think there's such an interesting part of that. Like when you feel like the ship is sinking, dude, I don't know if you have this, but like you do a show that's like, you know, it's not your show. You've had better shows and you get off stage and you haven't had a compliment from an audience member in a month and somebody comes up, it's like, that's the best show I've seen in a long time. And you just want to go like, what?
Yeah.
But like, dude, for whatever reason, whatever you were putting down that day, that spoke to that person.
Mm-hmm.
And that probably means you didn't totally suck.
Right.
You know?
And I've had enough of those moments that it almost sucks even more because like the first few times that happens,
Yeah.
and like you don't have your blankie,
Yeah.
you're like, how the fuck am I gonna do this for the rest of my life?
Yeah, man.
And
Dude.
and then you get to where you're like, you're fine, everything is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I have had, surprisingly, since moving here, I have had very few occurrences of that where I'm like, holy shit, you know, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like for the longest time, it was coming from a place of I'm not really doing what I want to be doing.
Mm. Yeah.
And that was the thing that I was trying to cover up with it.
Yeah.
And now I'm here like, actually, well, I'm giving it the college try that I always wanted to give it. So it's like, that happens less. But it's bizarre.
Yeah.
So you make it through those sessions.
Yeah.
And you have this moment of like, so what happens after the one that it goes well? Like you felt like it went well. Was that like
And she changed producers.
Oh.
And so I didn't play on those records. But I got the opportunity to be on those, which was good. But dude, that was the first real instance that it was like I said, like this, you need to figure out your emotions. And you're essentially I was having to relearn how to play. Like, you don't think about it when you're sitting at your house and it's 4 PM and you've got a couple beer cans around you and you're just hanging out at the house and blah, 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 blah. Well, you just had 11 of them. And so whether or not you think you're drunk, like sober brain and drunk brain, like they're not going to be on the same level. Dude, I had to like completely relearn how to play to a click. Couldn't play to a click in the same way. I don't know if it was as much real-time feedback as it was not understanding what my emotions were doing anymore. I felt like I had gotten to a pretty good place with like, okay, you got a bridge, you can lean forward a little bit, and then maybe on that second verse you pull back a little bit or whatever. You're gonna pull back on the click on the pre-chorus so that when you push in the chorus it feels like you're bumping up a little bit or something like that. And I lost all of it when I stopped drinking. And that was like scary. Cause then all the classic, like, well, maybe I should just start again. That would be easier.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, no, okay, well, I can't do that. But like, can I not do this anymore? Like all this stuff. And I just had to completely relearn how to do all that. And honestly, it took me a couple years after that.
Mm-hmm.
And I still feel like I'm on a journey where I'm like, certain things that used to feel natural don't feel as natural anymore. And if your natural is a constant state of fucked up, then you have to, you're re-getting back what actual naturalness is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know? But that being said, I feel like since I've stopped drinking, I've had some of my lowest points as a player where I'm like, that was horrible. And then I've had the best moments where I'm like, I never thought I could play like that.
Mm-hmm.
The goods and the bads of that. And hopefully the goods just keep outweighing the bads.
What's funny is the bads
Yeah.
of that. are probably just, you've probably had a bunch of those.
Yeah.
You didn't perceive them as the bads.
Dude. Yes, absolutely.
It's just that you're now experiencing all of it.
Yeah. Dude, I remember.
There's something really beautiful in that.
Yeah.
You learn what you're really made of.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And dude, one of the things that I love about this town and this journey is not just experiencing it for myself, but experiencing so many other people, or seeing so many other people experience so many of the same things. And we really like are in a positive way going to war with each other. And being in a community with so many people that could be in a very similar mind frame as you, like, I mean, that's kind of, I don't really know of a ton of places that have that.
Yeah. And this one in particular, from what I've heard from people who have spent a lot of time in other cities with a good music industry presence, this one is very much more like communal.
Yeah.
And not in a competitive way. Dude, like, it's competitive because there's X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
There's X amount of gigs, but not in the cutthroat kind of like, I hope you fucking die.
No.
So that you don't get this.
And I think that the people that do end up adopting that sort of philosophy, they go off into their other little clique or circle that's cool. You know what I mean? I've never met a drummer in this town that's really wished ill on other players.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, the amount of commingling that everybody does in this town is like, I mean, from every level to like to a coffee shop, to a Broadway gig, to like an arena, like, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody's pretty chill.
Yeah.
So I want to get to, you've been playing with Larry for how long now?
4 years.
Yeah. So kind of coming out of that time.
Yeah.
So how did that end up coming to pass? You getting on that gig?
The 2021, the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021, like, work started to happen again. As I remember it. And I slowly started working back up into the exact place that I was at before, where I was in a good place. But I was getting tired again.
Yeah.
And at the end of 2021, I was touring with this duo that was on Black River, and one of the duo partners just like quit one day. And we had been touring this record that they were about to put out for a year. And I was like signing my little doodad to go on The Voice, because they were going to go back to The Voice and we were going to do like a single release on The Voice live. So we had like all this stuff in the works.
Mm-hmm.
Tours booked, blah, blah, blah. And this one guy pulls out and he's like, yeah, man, this isn't for me. I don't want to do this anymore. And
you're like, great.
Cool. And
follow the journey.
Yeah. So it was like, that was like the end of November in 2021. And I just started sending texts out to some friends and giving some calls, you know, just very like, hey man, I'm here. There's no pressure. Just letting you know. And I got a call from a friend of mine that was playing keys and tour managing Larry. And little did I know they had been kind of working their way up the ranks for the last few years. And they were about to go on their first, major tour. And Larry and the drummer at the time weren't seeing eye to eye. So they had parted ways with each other, and they asked me, my buddy Steven asked me to come out and audition for the gig on Cajon. So I go to do a private gig.
What does that look like?
So it's a private gig in Florida. And it's just like a regular set in this rich dude's backyard, but this is like your audition for the actual gig, but you're on a Cajon. But they said, I remember Steven going, so yeah, it's like a Cajon gig. And I went, well, actually, I burned my Cajon in my fire like a couple years ago. I don't. I swear to God, I don't have it.
You're like, I burned my Cajon, as everyone should.
As everyone should. And so I was just like, yeah, I don't have a Cajon. And he was like, I got you. I got a Cajon. And I was like, thanks. So he flew out with the smallest little Cajon possible, and my like almost 300-pound ass like sitting on this little thing. And anyway, so it was just like me and Steven playing acoustic, bass player, and Larry. And at the end of the gig, we got in the car to go back to the hotel, and Larry said, well, you want to be a part of this? I was like, sure. And then 2 weeks later, I got a schedule, I think. And then 2 weeks after that, we went into rehearsals and we started rehearsing for Morgan Wallen's Dangerous tour.
Mm-hmm.
And that whole lead up to that was cool because I really got to know those guys just being in a rehearsal room.
Mm-hmm.
I think we did maybe like a couple weeks on and off of rehearsing. And we were, I think, 25-minute set. I don't even think we had a 30-minute set. So like 6 songs or something like that. Which is just like, dude, to anybody that's having to put together a 20 or 25-minute opening set, the hardest thing ever. Like, even if
you're like, how vulnerable do we want to get? We don't really have time for an emotional roller coaster. Yeah. Do we want to try to fuck the headliner in the face? You know what I mean? Like, do we want to, what do we do? Yeah. Are we going to throw a cover or two in to get, or what, you know?
Man.
All kinds of shit.
Yeah. And we really worked that set up. And then luck have it, for good or for better, or for good or for worse, we were supposed to have our first show of that tour, and it was us, Hardy, and then Morgan Wallen. And we were supposed to do the first night of that tour in Evansville, Indiana. And I don't remember the name of that arena there, but anyway, we ended up walking in. We all had to get COVID tested at the time, beginning of every weekend. So we walked in, we got tested, and then walked into catering, had breakfast, and then all got told that the show was canceled. So, and that snow was coming in and we were going to be trapped there. So we all got in our buses and left. And I remember like the tires spinning as we're trying to leave the city, and they couldn't get up a hill because it had already started icing. And it was like, the next weekend was 2 nights at Madison Square Garden. So,
dude, hold on.
Yeah.
Had you played a venue of that, like?
No, I had done a lot of amphitheaters, and I'd done a lot of like B arenas. So like university arenas, like minor league hockey arenas, 5,000-6,000 people on the arena scale.
But
Nothing like that.
fucking Madison Square Garden.
It's Madison Square Garden.
It's not just the size of the arena. Like
No.
this is a place that I have heard of. Like,
yeah,
that's
it's a place.
So that was your first
that was my
gig?
first actual gig with Larry.
With Larry.
Yeah. So the kicker with that is that we were supposed to have Evansville, Indiana. So we were traveling with no production at the time. Now we have lights and monitors in front of house and the whole deal, right? But like we were renting out their sound. So we were tipping out Morgan Wallen's guys to run our sound for us. And which means we have to have a sound check. So Evansville was supposed to be the like, oh, it's Evansville. Nothing against Evansville, but like we'll have some time to have a sound check in Evansville.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a crazy amount of pressure, right? And that was the first thing I thought about when it got canceled. I was like, well, looks like my first show's at Madison Square Garden. So as it does with the opener to the opener on a tour, first of 3, we just got railed. And if anybody has toured in New York City, they know that it's a union house. Most of these places, these bigger venues, are union houses. So you can't touch your own gear, and you are on their time. And it's very weird. So Morgan Wallen's got a gajillion dollars worth of stuff to rig up in the air, right? Well, they start late because they can't physically do any of the work. They're having to tell union hands how to rig the whole thing up.
Oh, yeah.
So like trucks come in, okay, you're unloading everything, and now you're telling people, okay, you're building it like this. You're building it, So they were a few hours behind, and stage finally gets built. They finally sound check. And I remember that doors were at 6 p.m. and Morgan and that band got on the stage a little after 5.
For their sound
check. And
dude, I'm gonna have a panic attack now.
Yeah. And then, they get on, and I remember them being like incredibly respectful, like, and their stage manager, Donnie Floyd, was also great. He knew that we were getting fucked, but he was going to do everything he could to help us. And, cause it just happens. We weren't the first act that had happened to. So, yeah, Morgan's band sound checks, then Hardy gets on stage. And if I remember correctly, this was like maybe the first or second year that Hardy had been rolling with like their full production rig. So they have the set carts with the lights on them and the amps mic'd permanently in the bottom. So they're having to fork all this stuff onto the deck. And it's like, it's 5:25. Okay. And also we don't have, like, we're on in-ears, we're running tracks. We don't have mixes built. We have to build this from scratch. When they said we had the stage, it was 5:52. And I remember it was just like all hands on deck. I mean, we were hauling ass. And we realized that the people that we were hiring to help us with the audio had not done the prep work. Now, I'll say this. The people who ended up helping us for the remainder of the tour were, I mean, some of the best people that I've ever worked with, and were adamant professionals and amazing, and made our life every day easier. When we first got there, it was very obvious, like, these are the grunts of the tour. They're going to get the time that they get. So, like, not a single cable was labeled. Like, stuff was not set up for this. They hadn't built scenes on their console for us yet. So, like, they were starting from scratch, and doors are opening in 7 minutes. Somehow we got everything wrangled a couple minutes after 6 to where I'm checking click to see if we have click pretty early on. And all of a sudden stage manager comes on and he's like, guys, we gotta get off. Well, we didn't know that whatever time it was, if it went to, let's say 6:20 or 6:15, and there were still union hands that were having to be on site, they had to pay like $40,000 to keep them working for that hour because it was a block. So they were essentially saying, if you're on stage for another 5 minutes, you're going to cost us $40,000. Dude. And you're like, awesome. Or whatever number it was, right? And so the next however many minutes was a blur, but we end up getting off stage, and I just remember one by one us going up to monitors and just explaining what we needed. And I went up to the monitor engineer who was there literally for that first day. And I said, okay, here's the deal. I know we've been given some shit cards today, and it's not your fault. I can't play with the mix that I've got. So can I see my mix? She goes, yeah. So she brings my mix up, and I go, okay, can you pull everything down? She's like, yeah. She pulls everything down, and I go, can you give me as much click as you physically have possible to give me? And right behind that, Larry's vocal, right behind that, acoustic guitar, his acoustic guitar. She was like, okay. And I was like, those are the only three things I'll be talking to you about during the show. And so that first show at Madison Square Garden, all I could hear was click and Larry's vocal and his acoustic.
Dude.
And then I get off stage and I get a text from my mom. Sounded great, sweetie. And she had flown in.
Wow.
And was at that show. I never even saw her that day, but she was at that show. And I was
dude,
like,
I could cry right now, bro.
I was like, I'm so...
That is the sweetest thing.
And I'm so happy she didn't tell me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I would have just been like, oh my God. Like, like in my head, it would have been mortifying.
Yeah.
And then the next day, Morgan's crew was more than helpful, and they made sure we had like, I think it was like a solid hour on stage.
Nice.
And Hardy's crew was very nice with that too. They all were very nice and gave us a good chunk of time, and we built our mixes, and the second night was great.
Nice.
I could enjoy the second night.
That's
the
great.
first night was like,
dude, I cannot imagine that.
Yeah. And then we did that tour for, I don't know, 6 or 8 months or something like that.
And you went like all over the world with that, didn't you?
No, we just did the in-state stuff.
Okay.
So we ended up doing stuff. We've done stuff with Morgan periodically after that. We went to Europe with him last year.
Mm-hmm.
Played Stockholm.
That's right, because you were about to leave for that, right? When I was out here in May? Or were you getting back?
That was Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think that would have been Australia.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't remember.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, we did the arena portion of that tour. And then when they moved into amphitheaters, I can't remember who took over our spot. And then we went straight into Larry headlining tours after that. And then that's been pretty much 3 years since then.
Nice. And so that's been like your primary gig, but you also have a studio.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that so that people can, because you, dude, the drum tracks you delivered me, bro, are just so good, man.
I'm glad to hear it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Studio Z. I have it in my house, named after my sweet baby girl Z, my dog.
She is very sweet.
I love her so much. And my girlfriend would kill me if I didn't mention Remy, the other dog. I love Remy too. Z was the first.
Yeah.
So she gets a studio named after her. The Wi-Fi code though is Z and Remy. So
that evens it out.
It evens it out. Yeah, man. I've always had some sort of like recording rig. I got into recording in high school, or at least like on my own. I got an M Audio Fast Track Ultra something, and it was like 4 channels,
mm-hmm.
and it was just to like record my jazz combos, so we could send like demos to like coffee shops just to show them we were not awful and that we could go in and not get paid and give us free coffee.
Right.
And which was most of the gigs. Free coffee and 4 hours of playing time.
Yeah.
You're like, got it. But anyway, yeah, I got into recording back then, and then when I moved to Nashville, I got like another M Audio that was like 8 channels, so now I could record like I could record all the shells, like really mic them up.
Oh yeah.
And
that was always the pinnacle to me. Is like if I have 8,
dude,
as soon as I had 8, I was like, oh my God,
yeah,
this
man.
is it.
Overheads and kicking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the toms.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So I had always had some sort of like recording setup. And to be honest, my first few years in town, yeah, I would fly some drum tracks, but I can honestly say like I probably wasn't getting that great of sounds. Well, I wasn't getting that great of sounds, and I didn't have big enough ears to really do that yet, you know. And then I don't know what happened, but I just started getting the bug.
Yeah.
And I just kind of got obsessed with it. And dude, when you're obsessed with it, with recording, and you have no money,
it sucks.
It sucks, but you can start doing some cool shit.
Because you have to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, I've got this one CAD mic, and I'm going to put it in the bathroom and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know? And if that doesn't get a room sound, then like, I don't know what to do. So yeah, that had like kind of started the beginning of like actually flying some drum tracks. And I mean, I even remember back then just like, I think everybody that I sent a drum track to, can you resend it? Because I was like, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. But yeah, and then I got really into it, and I started purchasing some better mics, and started purchasing some outboard pre's, and then I started reading a bunch. At that time, it would have been like there was some real deal stuff up on YouTube starting.
Mm-hmm.
And you could order 1 million recording books off Amazon, you know, for cheap. Yeah, man, I think that started the real deal learning phase of that.
And so you're doing all that, but you've also spent like a pretty good amount of time in some like really nice studios around some great engineers.
Yes.
So you've got both your like kind of individual exploration and like pointed experience of experimenting with your own stuff.
Yeah.
Along with reading, but then being blessed to have like gotten to this place in your career where
you're still going to the studio.
You're going into the studio and you're around people who like really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the best of both worlds. Like you have the opportunity to like you start making some money and you can afford some better outboard gear, and you're around people who already just have decades of experience doing it.
Dude.
So tell me some stories about that. Like what have been some good moments for you?
Dude, I think talking about that, like talking about engineers specifically, dude, when I realized that you can ask an engineer questions, and like 9 times out of 10, they're going to feel like it's flattering because you're saying, T, your snare drum sound is awesome. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've never met anybody that's gone, no.
Right.
They're going to go, no, man, I'm running it through this 1176 and then it hits this DBX and then blah, blah, blah. You know, like they want to show you because the reality is like, you're never going to be able to get exactly what they're getting because they're them and they have their ears.
Mm-hmm.
So like, just show me,
yeah.
You know? And, yeah.
Or just show me what you're doing to make it possible.
Yeah, man.
It's like, it's obviously I don't have this, you know, like this $2,000.
Yeah.
Like 60s snare and I'm not in a multi-million-dollar room.
Yeah, the ceilings are 40 feet high. And yeah. Man, that changed my life. Being able to talk to some engineers and just ask them what they're doing. And also, I think once I started being interested in that, I became less of the guy that was sitting on the couch on his phone in the back.
Yeah.
And more of the guy that was standing by the engineer and looking at all the outboard gear.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
you start to look at those are opportunities that a lot of people would pay for.
Yeah, man.
And you're there.
Like, you're seeing a Blue Stripe 1176 in Blackbird get hit 20 dB of gain reduction on a vocal. And then some guy on the internet's telling you no
more than 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, you know, it's like, wait, but this dude's working, you know, like, and he's making records and they sound like records. So like, how do I do that? You know?
Yeah. What's funny is like, and the reason he might be able to do that.
Yeah.
Are the 40-foot ceilings in the multi-million-dollar room.
Yeah.
It's possible that's why.
Yeah.
But you're seeing things and you're like, there's no fucking rules.
That
Ears.
was yes.
Does it sound good? Then shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Like,
you know,
it's all perspective because this guy might not have a single plug-in on his acoustic guitar because whatever hands he got dealt that day, he had a beautiful player that was in the perfect room with the perfect part that fit into the song perfectly. And maybe you just throw Pro Q4 and you put a high pass at 80 and you're done with the track.
Well, here's my perspective.
Yeah.
You sent me those drum tracks and I was like, these are done. So what is your approach? Do you have any like historical references for engineers that you like or sounds that you reference? You know what I'm saying? Man. When you're thinking about how you set up your stuff?
Anything Justin Niebank.
Okay.
Justin Niebank is a amazing producer, engineer in town. That, man, I could be wrong. If anybody sees like any videos of him talking, let me know. I can't find anything. But most records that were in the country realm when I was growing up that I heard the drum sounds and was like, what is that? Was Niebank. One of the biggest kind of points to that would be the Defying Gravity album with Keith Urban. Mm-hmm. And also I believe the 2 records that were before and after that were also him. That's Chris McHugh playing drums too. So it's like, he's just amazing and amazing. For like straight up the middle country stuff, his sounds, and dude, I gotta be honest, I have no idea what he's doing. I don't know what consoles he likes to track through. I don't know what compressors he likes to run a kick drum through. I know nothing other than I want those sounds.
Okay.
And that's a staple. And I'll say this. I mentioned earlier my friend Danny Halprin. Mm-hmm. Danny is such a huge part in my audio journey. He's such an incredible engineer and he's such a good friend. But dude, he was one of the guys that when I met him, it was like, oh, audio's cool. You know what I mean? And like, he would talk to me about stuff that 5 years earlier I wouldn't have thought was cool.
Mm-hmm.
but I was hearing it. I was hearing my drums come back through a PA for the first time the way I thought they should sound.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously I'm going to go to that guy and go, what are you doing? You
Right.
know? And for all the crazy tricks and shenanigans Danny can do as an engineer, he's out with Flatland Cavalry right now. For all the crazy science wizardry he does, there's such a fundamental, or there's such a grounded fundamental with him. Like mic placement into great pre with a great source is most likely going to equal a good product.
Yeah.
And then you start adding on top of that, you know, and during the pandemic, I felt like I just went up tenfold engineering just because Danny and I were hanging out all the time,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and having those friends, and dude, I'll say it with the audio community. Honestly, I think Danny has been like a bridge to me having this whole other friendship base that is based around audio first and instruments second kind of thing. Like talking about engineers that you can pick their brain, like those dudes want to talk all the time and they don't care what question you have.
Yeah.
And just, dude, even being able to send a file and just going like, is this bad or is this good? And then being like, it's a little phasey. Being like, oh, I didn't hear that. And all of my buddies all said that. So I'm not hearing something, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is so funny, man. The shit that I recorded that at the time I thought sounded pretty good, that I look back on now and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Dude.
And that happens every couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this sounds bad to say, but I'm like, someone paid me to do this?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just think you have to continue progressing.
Totally.
And if you do that, you're going to look back on what you did 2 years ago and think it's shitty.
Yeah.
Or at least like, oh man, I could totally do that better now.
Yeah.
But bro, like I whatever the fuck you have done to get the results that you're getting,
dude, thank you, man.
It's so good, bro.
Dude, it's talking about like those fundamentals. I think that's
well, you have good drums.
Thanks.
That's talk about like some of your go-to, you know, like what are you liking right now to record?
Dude, so much stuff, and I feel like that's changing so often. Dude, I can't ever answer something straight, but my idea of what a great drum sound has drastically changed, and I think you said something about like every 2 years it feels like it's just going to continue. Like I feel like I'm in a different place than 6 months ago, you know, which is the goal. Hopefully that's the goal. But I used to have kind of an image of lows and highs, and your drum sounds are scooped and they sound like God, and that's what a drum sound is. And I would always kind of have this thing where I would like go down on a take and I'd come back into the control room in my own house and I'd solo up the drums and I go, sounds great. And then I'd put them in the track and I'd be like, whoever's mixing it will fix it. You know?
Yeah.
And what I was missing was my mid-range information. And when I shifted to really thinking about that, my drum sounds just changed. And all of a sudden your low end and your high end just take care of themselves.
The richness of the snare.
Yeah.
And it's all kind of, it's really, I mean, it's really like low mid range. It's like the kind of shit that you intuitively cut out
Yeah.
of a band mix.
Yes.
There are parts of it that really, really matter.
Yeah.
And knowing which of that, and I feel like I'm just starting to get into understanding that.
Yeah.
Because like you said, there's like that, well, with drums,
Yeah.
350, just fucking get rid of that.
Yeah. But there's so much, the heartbeat of the kit is in that range. And also thinking about, talking about me getting into producing as well. I've been producing for the last 7 or 8 years, but it's always been like, you know, if I've got the time, you know, I'll produce a project with a friend or this person recommended me. But the last 5 years, I've been more serious about it. Understanding from that perspective has changed everything, you know, changed the way I go about drum sounds, to the way I engineer drum sounds, to the way that I'm playing. And honestly, it's gotten my ego out of the way to where, like, man, I remember I would struggle with the kick drum sound, and I'm like, well, it can't be the kick drum. I've got the best kick drum that money can buy. I've got a Shure Beta 52 on it and some sort of U87, U47 thing, and they're going through API clones. Why does it sound bad? You know? And it's like,
what's the other variable there?
Yeah, man. But it was like, well, I'm not going to change these things because this is what everybody on the internet says. And it's like, why don't you put a 57 in the kick and like see where that ends up? And, it sounds gross on its own, but all of a sudden in the track, it sounds pretty fucking cool.
And mixed with the other things. Like,
yeah. And man, so I think I used to have a much more like bottom down or a bottom up approach to mixing drums. Like it was all, and how I was engineering drums, it was all low end, and then everything after that was bleh, you know, who cares? And now it's so much emphasis on everything between, I mean, really like 400 hertz to like 4K. Like that's, if I could put a high pass and a low pass and just focus on that, that's kind of what I'm focusing on to get a good drum sound.
Yeah.
And my stuff is translating better than ever. I'm not having that thing where I go to the control room desk and I hit play and it's like now it's also starting to translate between genres. I can do like a pop country song and I know the sounds are going to translate, and all I do is change out the snare drum and the cymbals, and I go to an Americana song and I put up the snare drum that I used with you, and none of the pre's have changed, none of the mics have changed, and now it's a completely different vibe.
Yeah.
You know? And it's sitting in the track the same way, you know?
That, for people who don't do any kind of audio engineering, getting to that place where like, and I don't feel like, because I'm still getting used to this room, I don't feel like I'm like that with anything. Everything is just kind of a crapshoot. I've tried, especially even just where am I putting my vocal mic in this room?
Oh, dude.
Just like all kinds of shit like that. But it's all still like an experiment.
Yeah.
But to get to that place where you know the equipment enough and like you've done that, because with miking drums, dude, it is so much trial and error.
Yeah.
It is like painstaking trial and error.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I applaud because the results are so great. They speak for themselves, but thanks, I just know how much went into that, how many years and time and
dude, thank you, man.
And like nights by yourself in those rooms.
Yeah. Dude, I think a big part of that, talking about like, dude, recording kind of hits your ego hard. Cause like, dude, you don't have anything to hide behind. Like it's right there. And I think when there's that fuck, I totally forgot what we were talking about again. What were you just saying?
I was just saying that the amount of time and trial and error and stuff.
Oh, the amount of time. Fuck, dude.
You said there's nothing to hide behind.
Oh yeah, there's nothing to hide behind. Oh, it'll knock down your ego, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think when you realize that nothing's wrong with the equipment, that waveform looks like that waveform because you played it like that, and it looks like shit because you played it like shit.
Yeah,
like that's hard, man. Dude, for 4 years, I think I was kind of like known as a guy that just hits really hard. And because I was in my head, I was getting work from that. That wasn't really the case, but I was identifying myself as that person. I'd go into the studio and I would rip. And, you know, I'd go into the control room and the overheads were almost off. And the tom mics were almost off. Okay. Like, you know, I guess they're just not doing something right. You know, but then...
Yeah, you're like, no, motherfucker, the gain's all the way down on this pre and you're still blowing it out.
Yeah.
And we need...
Yeah.
Like, the cymbals are like...
They're taking over everything. Yeah. Dude, when I had that moment recording myself where you go, okay, are you gonna feel like a big boy because you're hitting the cymbal as hard as you can, or do you want your drum track to sound good? You know? And then, like, one of the things I preach is, like, hit your toms as hard as you hit the snare drum. Because, like, if you're, like, one of the classic things that people will do is they're sitting here grooving, their snare is the loudest thing, and then they go to hit a tom.
Uh-huh.
Dude, when you look at that waveform, like, your snare drum, guaranteed, your snare drum is just as loud as the waveform that tom mic is producing just alone. Like, and then, so when you go to, like, gate that, or somebody goes to cut it out, all they're hearing is, like, cymbals and, like, bad stuff. And, like, that's not their problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, you're making it their problem.
Yeah.
But, like, you need to fix that issue. So, like, I'm going to hit a tom so hard that you can't mistake the waveform.
Mm-hmm.
Like, snare is like this, and then that, like, you can see the snare waveform and the ragtime waveform, and then it's a huge bump.
Mm-hmm.
If you're playing and it's this huge flat blob of snare drum, and there's a little bump, then, like, dude, you're like, your dynamics are just off.
Yeah.
And yeah, being able to, or having to check yourself, because the reality of that is me going, do you want to be the session player you've always wanted to be, or do you want to be bashing for no reason?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that turns into more work. Dude, as soon as an engineer has to stop doing, like, less to your drum tracks, and they're not having to sit up until 3:00 in the morning, like, editing all your stuff to death and cutting everything and blah, 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 and fixing your shitty overhead sound and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're the guy that can, like, make their life as easy as possible, they're gonna call you back.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's so funny. I'm like so looking forward to sending these tracks off.
Yeah, man.
Because I know that the dude's going to be like, oh, God, you know what I mean? Because I know that he's not going to have to do anything like that.
Dude, and full circle to that, earlier talking about, like, really getting serious into recording. Dude, just asking engineers, can you send me that? Is, like, the biggest, like, lesson. Getting, like, if you're primarily a live guy and you're learning from stems, like, an engineer being able to give you stems from the record of the person that you're learning from is so huge. And then also being able to get sent the, like, you walk into Blackbird and you say, do you mind sending me, like, you kind of know that it's not a session where like nobody's going to get weird about you having the stems. And you're like, can you send me those stems? And then you get your drum stems back and then they're bad. And you go, well, that was at Blackbird. And it was me playing, but the files look the same as if it was in my room. It's probably because my balance is off. Like, the room and that engineer isn't going to save me.
Right.
You know? And then seeing engineers over time and seeing them be more happy to work with you, you know? Like, that's pretty cool. But then also being able to ask them, hey, you send me that session of blah, 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 and you get like Evan Hutchings drum tracks and they're like perfect and they're like, oh no, this is just how we tracked it, you know?
And you're like,
it's like, that's because that dude is playing like that. Like, there's no gimmicky magic to that. And like, that'll hit your ego hard.
Yeah.
But also it'll hit your ego hard, but then also you all of a sudden realize that it's attainable.
Right.
You go, get out of your own way and just go play this. And like, dude, not thinking about what I look like while I'm tracking has been like just a thing in the last couple of years that I've been able to do. Like, I don't need to be back there, like, putting on a show. Like, I don't need to be doing it because they're going to want to mute my hi-hat in every single mic.
Yeah.
You know? So, you know, and not that you have to hit, I'm not of the philosophy that like the softest drum sound is the best.
No, yeah.
I hit them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But realizing that these session gods are not gods and they've just put in the work with big ears and we're able to do what's necessary. You go, oh, I can do that.
Yeah.
Or hopefully I can do that, you know?
Hell yeah, man. Dude, we're almost at 4 hours, bro. Okay. So I do want to do the lightning round with you because I feel like it'd be cool. And then I'll let you go. Okay. Because I need, Taylor's gonna be like, did you kidnap him? What the fuck? Okay. I kept you for 4 hours because you farted as the first thing. No, he didn't actually fart. If you're just listening, he had an app on his phone.
It was an app.
It was an app. We talked about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dream collab, living or dead?
John Mayer.
Fucking love that.
Yeah, man. For all the reasons. Dude, when I was really figuring out that this is what I wanted to do, Where the Light Is came out. And that is hard to beat. Like, from a live record to just a recording, like not even the live aspect of it. And I've enjoyed everything he's done. And I would love to do anything with him.
Okay. Well, John, if you're listening. Hell yeah. This is like the second episode that I have kind of gotten into like the John Mayer thing. Like, yeah. The producer girl that I was telling you, like, interviewed Andrew Sheps. Yeah. We went on this whole like tangent about like during your John Mayer phase on the guitar.
Oh, wow.
What body of work. And I was like, well, what got me really into him was the Try record.
Oh, the trio record. Yeah.
And I think that was before Continuum. I think that was like between Heavier Things and Continuum. Because Vultures was on that. Yeah. And he was like, and you can hear him, he goes, thanks for listening to some of the new stuff. Yeah. And then it was on Continuum.
And you could tell they weren't in some giant room.
Yeah.
Like, it was pretty tight.
Oh my God. Yeah, it was great.
There was a live DVD of that, or VHS or some shit. Of that,
right? Yeah, it's on YouTube, I think.
Yeah, there's like a smaller theater.
And it's like, it is the most quintessentially 2004 or 5, whatever. Like he's wearing like a scarf
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
he still has the
And
poofy hair.
the long hair. Yeah. Okay, sweet. All right. So, something that you know now that you wish you could go back and tell yourself as a piece of advice when you were starting. And you can take that as either from like when you were starting to play the drums or when you were starting to do it more from a career point of view. But just
nothing matters, so just enjoy it. Yeah, who gives a fuck? Just go out and enjoy it and be nice. Yeah.
Right on. Nice. What the hell is that other question?
I don't know, but I believe in you.
I believe in you too, buddy. Now I'm blanking. Son of a bitch.
I've had 2 hard blank moments.
So. Yeah. I'm catching up. Oh, this is a really okay.
Like, I don't know how I got this handsome. I just don't. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I always love this. Not try to be as specific as you can.
Okay.
Okay. So not like something that you used to do as when you were a kid, but like as specific as you can, your earliest core memory of music.
I was sitting in the back of ACOC Auditorium on the UNCG campus with my mom and my sister, and we were watching my dad conduct the orchestra. And I remember being in my mom's lap.
Wow.
Like I vividly remember that. I mean, I don't know. I probably would have had to been 4, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
What does that moment like mean to you?
I don't know, the beginning. I think when you're 4, you don't have much of a concept of anything, but I don't think it's I don't think it's a coincidence that I remember that so vividly. And I didn't know what was going on stage, but I remember, I don't remember what piece of music they were playing, but I remember the feeling in my body. I'm like bouncing off the walls and the vibration hitting you. And then I just remember my dad was a beautiful conductor, and very, charismatic, big motions and stuff. And I remember his tails coming up. And do you remember, Disney had, was it Fantasia? Am I thinking of the right thing? And that opening sequence where you see the band and there's the conductor. And I remember seeing that in my dad in that moment, that being pretty powerful.
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's amazing. Tell all the fine folks how they can keep in touch with you, like all of your stuff. And I'm going to leave it in the show notes, but just from your own point of view, what's the best way to keep in touch with you?
Instagram is just my name, Cameron McClaren. And then I've got a website, which is also CameronMcClaren.com. It's very bare bones. You can just reach out to me. I have like a little just message me icon on there. If not, I don't just give my number. My number is 336-209-9095. Just hit me up or DM me on Instagram. My email is my last name, mclaren.cameron@gmail.com. And
does Studio Z have its own?
Studio Z doesn't have its own.
Okay.
That's just kind of my website. But if you go on my Instagram, you can see pictures of it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And all that stuff. And even though I'm on the road, I'm back in town 4 days a week. So drum tracks, producing any of that stuff, we can we can always work that out.
And I'm telling you from personal experience, folks, you will not be disappointed. Not only with the quality of the product, but Cameron is just like a fantastic hang, which I think is evidenced by our 4-hour and 7-minute runtime. Sir, this is the longest episode. Congratulations, brother.
I fucking love you, dude.
Thanks, dude. Love you too, man.
All right. This has been the Good, the Bad, and the Music podcast. I'm your host, T. Davis, and I have been hanging out with my good buddy, Cameron McClaren. All right. Subscribe and all that stuff. Shameless self-promotion.
Yep.
All right, bro. Dude.